Good morning and welcome to this Municipal Council meeting, Tuesday, June 11th, 2024. I'd like to call the meeting to order and acknowledge that we're in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people. Are there any announcements, acknowledgements, or recognitions? So we will move down. I do have two proclamations. And one is World Ocean Day 2024, a proclamation in support of the municipality of the District of Lunenburg, recognizing and celebrating World Ocean Day 2024 and the advancement of ocean conservation in Canada. Whereas Saturday, June 8th, 2024 was the 32nd annual World Ocean Day. World Ocean Day is the United Nations Day for celebrating the role of the ocean in everyday life and inspiring action to protect it. Whereas countries around the world, including Canada as a prominent leader, has committed to protecting 30% of their ocean territory by 2030 in order to reverse nature loss in the ocean and safeguard at-risk marine life. Whereas the ocean is home to hundreds of species at risk, vulnerable ecosystems, and is crucial carbon sink shielding us from the worst of climate change. Whereas the ocean produces over half of the world's oxygen and absorbs 50 times more carbon dioxide than our atmosphere. Therefore, protecting the ocean is in the interest of all life on Earth and communities both coastal and inland, as it is essential to our shared future. Whereas it is the jurisdiction of the Government of Canada under various pieces of legislation and regulation to establish marine protected areas in the consultation with Indigenous peoples. Many Indigenous nations and communities are leading in the conservation of the ocean and have been stewards of the ocean since time immemorial. Whereas it is important for municipal leaders to demonstrate support for actions to safeguard the ocean as they have for action on climate change and other environmental matters of national importance. Whereas in celebrating the ocean and protecting its habitats and ecosystems, we can together raise the profile of ocean conservation's critical role in improving planetary health and slowing the crisis of species collapse and ecosystem decline. Therefore, be it resolved that the municipality of the District of Lunenburg recognizes the 32nd anniversary of World Ocean Day on June 8, 2024, and supports national and international efforts to protect 30% of the ocean by 2030. And I so proclaim. And International Day of Play. The municipality of the District of Lunenburg joins municipalities around the world in celebrating the first United Nations International Day of Play to be celebrated annually on June 11th. And whereas the insights and perspectives of children from around the world in the global South and North informed and inspired the decision to proceed with the UN's designation. And whereas play is a fundamental right, and Canada ratified the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child in 1991, which recognizes the right of the child to rest and leisure, to engage in play and age-appropriate recreational activities, and to participate freely in cultural life and arts. And whereas research clearly demonstrates the importance of play in cultivating health, happiness, and resilience, while contributing to children's social, physical, and cognitive development and well-being. Play is a vehicle that supports inclusion and mental health wellness for the youngest members of our society. And whereas the municipality of the District of Lunenburg's recreation facilities, programs, and staff offer opportunities of discovery, exploration, and friendship for children, and leadership development for staff. Local governments have a significant responsibility to plan and provide equitable, safe, and accessible, healthy public environments for children's play and recreation, free from financial barriers in their own communities. Therefore be it resolved that I, Mayor Carolyn Bolivar Getson, on behalf of the municipality of the District of Lunenburg, do hereby proclaim June 11th, 2024 as United Nations International Day of Play in the municipality of the District of Lunenburg. Councillor Vino.
I would like to speak of an upcoming event happening in the Blue Rocks and Stonehurst area. This is the first annual South Shore Shunpike event. It's happening on Father's Day from 9 to 3 in Blue Rocks and Stonehurst. And all of the local artists and galleries are coming together to open to host this event. And there's even going to be an opportunity to explore on land and on water. So the galleries and artists have come together to say, let's have a day. We open for everybody, and they invite their neighbors and everybody in the community to come down and see the area on Sunday, June 19th from 9 until 3.
Any other announcements, acknowledgements, or recognitions? I also would be remiss and maybe shunned when I go home if I don't wish my grandson a very happy 10th birthday today. Yes. Okay.
And
so,
just, I misspoke of the day. It's Sunday, June 16th, not 19th.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we also have a special recognition here today. Wayne Wenzel is with us, and Wayne Wenzel served as captain with the Midville and District Fire Department for over 25 years. He spent time on many of the committees and was active in anything fire department related, including fundraising over the years. And Wayne has been that member that has definitely been there and the face of the Midville Fire Department, whether it's at a garden party or it's a training session or whatever, he is there and always willing and able to help. So is 25 years the correct amount of time? As captain. But we're recognizing him today with 50 years of service to the Midville and District Fire Department, which is a enormous accomplishment. And when I look at again, you are the individuals that jump out of bed every time that alarm goes off and every time someone is in need. And whether it's rolling hoses or getting trucks ready and everything else, you guys are there to do it. So I want to personally congratulate you, Wayne. We will get a picture by the flags here in a moment. But before we do, the Deputy Chief Galley is here as well, and he would like to say a few words. So I'm going to invite him up to the mic, and if you would like to, please do.
Good morning, all. Thank you for having us. Captain Wayne, father of Truck 3, Waynie, Waynie, Waynie. These are only some of the names you get called after 50 years of service with Midville and District Fire Department. There's a picture at the hall dating back to 1973, and Wayne is on top of an unfinished wall building the fire department. Rural fire departments are able to operate successfully because of the dedication of firefighters like Wayne. It's been an honor to serve with you, Wayne. Since I've joined the department, Wayne's rarely missed a call, meeting, maintenance, or practice. Through all the calls we've been through together, you played a big role in guiding me, helping me understand what it is we do and why we do it. One of your most important qualities is the teacher in you. I asked Wayne a week or two ago if he could mentor a firefighter who's been with us for a long time now, and he's getting a promotion of captain. And Wayne didn't think twice about helping this young captain. There's no better definition of a leader than this man sitting next to me. I thank you, Captain Wayne, for your exemplary service.
I would ask if Councillor Hubley would join me in the back for a photo. retirement in the future, he's still got work to do. Thank you, and thank you. We appreciate you being here. So public input is one of the several opportunities for the public to engage with council. Residents are welcome to use the public input portion of the meeting to share their thoughts with the council on municipal topics that are important to them. We ask that all statements be respectful of other members of the public, staff, and council. Also, please note, council does not respond to public input on the day that it is provided. If you have specific questions you would like answered, those can be emailed to your councillor or to the mayor. Statements, questions related to personnel can be emailed to the Chief Administration Officer, or CAO. There are 15 minutes allocated for public input today, which are shared between the speakers. So, do we have anyone here for public input today? So we have 2 individuals here for public input, so that is 7.5 minutes each. If you would like to come forward, please. When you come to the podium, please raise or lower the podium as needed. There is a button there, and the microphone will be turned on. And I would ask that you state your name and the community that you're representing. So if you'd like to come forward.
Lower it, just press there, and then just speak in the mic, and we'll catch it up.
I'm Wade Carver. I live in 30 Laurel Lane, Middle New Cornwall. And I'd like to address the council and the mayor. First problem I see is the excessive raises that was given to the councillors since they were elected on October 20th. So far, it's over 50% they had in raises. In April 22 alone, they give themselves over $1,000 more a month. That, in my mind, is totally ridiculous. What about these electric vehicles at $100,000 apiece? You know, they say buy local, but when I see 2 electric Volvo SUVs in the parking lot being charged, that's not buying local. When you can buy a hybrid for 40 grand. And what about the pickleball courts and the estimates they have for them? It's ridiculous. You know, like 1,100,000 to 1,200,000 estimates come in. And what about the walkway they wanted to put along Highway 10 over to 103? That was only $13,900,000 to put it along Highway 10. That's totally ridiculous as well. It's the taxpayers' money, but there doesn't seem to be any concern about that. The tax assessments are going up, and the deed transfer tax, I know since homes, the prices that they're selling, what's happened to all that money? Also, I think that the residents do not know what's going on in a lot of situations. All these things that I'm mentioning, that should come out in the municipal matters every time it comes out, and what the councils are getting paid, what they're spending money on, and it's not. They don't have an idea of what's going on in the council chambers. And that's not fair to the residents. Or I don't think it is. I don't know about you sitting around the tables here. Makes me wonder what's going on here in this council. I hear a song every once in a while on the radio, and it brings me to this table. You've probably all heard it. My mother socked it to the Harper Valley PTA. That's what it's looking like. But I appreciate your time, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker.
Morning, everyone. My name's Andrew Himmelman. My family and I live in Newcomville in District 4. I stood here April 9th and talked about Modal's policy number 33 on purchasing and tendering 22A buy local considerations. I asked, what is Modal doing to promote local contractors to bid these jobs? After reading the purchasing and tendering policy number 33, I'm still wondering what Modal is doing. To prevent this, Section 23.3 specifies that at least once per year, the municipality shall advertise the existence of the supplier registry and the method of registration in order to update the registry. When has this last been updated? Has this been followed up over the last couple of years? Why not have a meeting to promote this policy and keep money within Modal? Yet again, I'm here asking these questions. I'm starting to wonder if council just doesn't want money to stay in our community. I'll give you a little refresher here this morning. 66 cents of every dollar spent within our local area stays in the local area. Shopping with local companies also ensures that more money stays in the local community through taxes and wages. Small businesses of 1 to 99 employees make up over 98% of all employees in Canada. More than half of Canadian businesses, 55.3%, have fewer than 4 employees. 73.9% have fewer than 10 employees. When you shop locally, you are reducing your carbon footprint. Now, Modal did go against staff's suggestion last month on one tender award, but let it be known to the small business owners of Modal, the hardworking folks of Modal that are employed by these businesses, and all taxpayers within Modal acknowledge that nothing or very little has been done to promote our tax dollars staying within Modal. A lot of social media posts have been made over the last 2 months, but nothing in regards to policy 23.3. Now, we've heard this morning that a new day of play has been announced, and if anyone was curious, this is yet another item straight from the United Nations General Assembly. Not from our federal or provincial government, but yes, from Geneva, Switzerland. And I'm starting to wonder, after I heard this morning's announcement, if Modal does anything but United Nations items. Now, I want to end this with June is Men's Mental Health Month. I see Modal celebrating many special days and months, but something that accounts for 50% of Canadians and taxpayers seems to be overlooked. Of the estimated 4,000 suicide deaths in Canada each year, close to 75% are men. This has deep effects on our communities. Here's a little info from NS Mental Health. Seeking help is a sign of strength. Be the voice of change for other men. Start talking about your mental health today, and remember you're a friend, not a health counselor. Suggest he call 988 in Nova Scotia and offer to be there with him for the conversation. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak and voice my concerns.
Thank you. We will now move down to the approval of the minutes of May the 28th. Oh, sorry. Changes approval of the agenda as circulated. Are there any changes? Did you have a change?
Yes, I'd like to declare a conflict of interest on item 11.1.4. Thank you.
11.1.1? Point 4. Okay. That's not a change to the agenda, but thank you for bringing that forward. Would someone move the approval of the agenda? Moved by Councillor Hubley, seconded by Deputy Mayor Oikel. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. We will now move down to the approval of the minutes of May 28th, 2024. Would someone move? Moved by Councillor Moore, seconded by Councillor Haysom. Discussion on the motion. Question called for. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. Is there any business arising from the minutes? Hearing none. I would ask if Deputy Mayor Oikel would come forward in light of the time. We have a 9:15 presentation, so I'd ask that you come forward and continue the agenda. I have to excuse myself for an appointment, and I will be back. So that's how you see it.
Good morning, and we do have a presentation from Abgi Demkisi Wind Energy Project. And if you could come forward, and I'm not sure of your name, I'm sorry. Oh, Sarah.
I'm not quite as tall as the previous gentleman who was up here. Great. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Rosenblatt, and I'm the Senior Development Manager with a company called SWEB Development. I am also the Nova Scotia chapter lead for Women in Renewable Energy, so I wear two hats, both professional and a not-for-profit as well. In my professional role, I've been with SWEB Development for 8 years, and before that, I worked for Think Well Shift, which is a partner of Efficiency Nova Scotia, and have been in the energy transition space for about 12 years. So today, I would like to present the Abba Demkisi's wind energy project to Council. Just a brief outline of what I'll go over today. So who SWEB Development is, its parent company, a little bit about the current request for proposals that's being run by the province. It's called the Green Choice Program. And then going into an overview of the project, a bit of a typical timeline, going into a little bit more in the details of the project, and then closing out with project partnerships, benefits, and next steps. So a little bit about SWEB. We are a renewable energy developer and operator. Essentially, we plan, build, and operate, and we're very much so a reliable partner because we don't sell our projects. We keep them in-house, so our development team works really closely with our operations team, and you stay with members of our team for the lifetime of the project. We have a lot of experience within community partnerships, lots of existing partnerships to date here in Nova Scotia, as well as in New Brunswick and Maine. Our North American headquarters are located in Halifax, but SWEB is part of a larger international company called WEB Wind Energy, and SWEB Development is the North American arm for that. So all of our projects allow jobs here within the province. I can certainly speak for that, and we've actually grown quite significantly in the past few years as well. On top of that, we have a very strong financial backing. We normally keep everything in-house, with our parent company being one of the largest community-owned renewable energy companies in Europe. So this just gives a bit of a glance as to the WEB group of companies here. We have 613 megawatts of installed capacity globally, which is enough energy for just over 1 million people. We are located across 8 different countries, so here in North America as well as in Europe. And we have 262 wind turbines, 47 solar energy projects, and 2 hydroelectric projects. The 2 hydro projects are located in Europe, and then here in Nova Scotia, we have all wind projects. New Brunswick, we have all wind projects, and then in the US, we have a mix of solar and wind. So our operational projects here in the Maritimes, SWEB participated in the COMFIT program in all 3 phases. So all of the smaller projects that you see throughout Nova Scotia, those have been approved and are operating under COMFIT. We also have our Wisconsin Wind Energy Project, and that was partnered with Woodstock First Nation in Nova Scotia, and we participated in the LORES program. And we also have a number of other projects in development, and I'll speak to one in a moment that was recently awarded during the rate-based procurement. We also have a number of partnerships with local First Nations, as well as Scotian Wind, who is the sort of sister company from the COMFIT projects. So as mentioned, this is a project we really like to highlight because it was just recently awarded in the rate-based procurement. It is our Weavers Mountain Wind Energy Project. It's a 94.4 megawatt project, also 16 turbines, and it's located across Pictou and Antigonish counties. There's a partnership, a majority ownership actually, with Glooscap First Nation, and we've worked with them previously and continue to work with them to date. The project is really focused on capacity building initiatives, so folks like myself who are part of not-for-profits, specifically WIRE. We also partner with an African Nova Scotian community called Winds of Change, and we look to build capacity initiatives through those networks, through these projects. On top of that, we also have a community liaison committee, and so that was established for that project, and I'll speak to the project and the community liaison committee here that's been established. On top of that, it was one of the 5 projects that was awarded, so our rate and successful is quite high here in the province given the amount of competition that we see. And we were also awarded federal SREP funding for that project. So a little bit into what the Green Choice Program is. I'm not sure how closely folks here have been following the procurement, but what happens is this is slightly different from the rate base. So the program administrator, COHO, in connection with Nova Scotia Power and the UARB, essentially solicited large, what we call load customers, to say if they're interested in receiving green electrons. So these could be hospitals, universities, large industry, and they basically sent out a solicitation saying, are you interested in getting green electrons? Those people responded back, and we received a value of about 350 megawatts of essentially projects that they're looking to generate those green electrons. So this is a great step forward in helping Nova Scotia meet its 80% renewable energy goals. And again, there's going to be a big time focus on that same capacity and community building efforts. There's also going to be additional scoring points in this program specifically for equity with First Nations communities. And so we will continue our First Nations partnerships. And then on top of this, we do expect to see subsequent procurements closer towards the 2030 timeframe. The province has hinted at 1, if not 2 more further procurements along these lines. So in terms of the timeline for the program itself, we received our feasibility study results, and right now they actually delayed the notice of intent to bid. It was June 7th when I created this presentation. It is now June 14th, which is also the same as the inquiries deadline. The proposal submission deadline for our series of projects is the end of the month, the 28th. At that time, the program administrator will take time to review all the projects that we have submitted, as well as all the other projects from throughout the province. That will take a few months. Then they will send out a shortlist notification. After that shortlist, they will invite developers like ourselves to come in for a round of interviews to provide additional information as needed, and then they will release the award. At that time, we will then go into negotiations for PPA, so power purchase agreement, and the goal is to have that completed by the end of the year. So a little bit into the Abadam-Cassis Wind Energy Project. So this project is located just west of Greenfield, southwest of Lapland. It's completely within Queens County. However, it's very close to the modal border. So if you take a look at the map right on the edge, you can see the edge of Upper Salters Lake and the edge of the Lapland Road extension as it comes in under that transmission line. The project has a total capacity of 68 megawatts. It's comprised of up to 10 turbines with a nameplate capacity between 5.6 to 7.2 megawatts. This iteration of the project is completely located on private land. We did have an earlier iteration project that had turbines located on Crown land, slightly to the northeast, if you look at this map. And this area was selected based on a few different factors. Number one, its proximity to the transmission line. Number two, the wind resource in the area. Number three, the minimal receptors in this area. And number four, the existing infrastructure. So there's a significant amount of forestry roads that exist in this area that we would be able to capitalize. Our goal is to file for EA by the end of this year. And if we were successful within the RFP, we would hope to start construction June of 2027 with a COD or a commercial operation date that is sort of set by the RFP by December 2028. So this just goes over a very typical timeline for a project. The project development phase, which did begin in 2021, is quite lengthy. We normally see 4, 5, even up to 6 years within this phase. That's because there's a significant amount of surveys and environmental assessment that has to be completed, in addition to wind resource assessment. And then we also do quite a significant round of stakeholder and community engagement. We've held virtual public meetings, we've held in-person public meetings, and we'll continue to do so throughout the lifetime of the project. Once we've completed that and we've completed our environmental assessment, we can then lock in our project design. We can't do that until we receive all conditions and feedback from the province as well as all stakeholders. Once our project design is locked in, we would order our large-scale equipment. In this case, it would be our wind turbine generators, and then we would move into the construction process. At that point, we would have our wind turbine delivery, and then we would complete construction, and then we would enter into the operations phase of the project, which would last for a minimum of 25 years. So this is my sort of last formal presentation slide for you folks, and it just goes over some project partnership and benefits. So as I mentioned, we are currently working with First Nations communities to establish partnerships, and this project, as well as our entire portfolio, will be majority owned by one, if not more, First Nations communities across the province. We are waiting for a few more details to come out before we can release who and what our ownership structure is exactly. But a percentage of the project revenues will be allocated to a local community liaison committee and will be administered by that community organization with support from our team. So a CLC for this project has already been created, and it includes residents of both Queens and Modal. And we've noticed that there's been a lot of positive impact in our previous project on local businesses, which result in different employment opportunities, tax revenues at the municipal, provincial, and federal levels. Last but certainly not least, projects like this create a significant offset in carbon dioxide emissions, especially for Nova Scotia's grid, which is so carbon intensive to date. So with that, I just leave my contact information, and I just want to say thank you for your time, and I'm here to answer any questions, comments, and anything else.
Thank you very much. Councillor DeLong.
Thank you very much for coming to present, especially given that it doesn't cross into our borders, but it's good to know what's going on in the neighborhood. And I really appreciate you giving voice to your commitment to supporting equity-deserving groups. Where does the name come from?
Great question. So the name comes from our First Nation partner, and it means larch tree specifically. It can also be seen as the tamarack or the juniper, and it actually goes one step further. Something that I've learned is the Mi'kmaq languages as a group is not just one word, but this word specifically means the place where these trees grow. So not just large tree, but the environment where we can find the large tree. So that's where the name comes from.
Councillor Hubley?
Thank you. Can you go back on this to the map?
Sure.
And I want to clearly see the boundary between MODL and Queens,
Yes,
and I don't see it.
That's
I know
okay.
where the transmission line runs, if you can.
I can, if you follow my cursor as
Yeah.
best I can, this line here is the county boundary as it runs down. This lake that's cut off by this map here, this is Upper Salters Lake, and this is the Lapland Road extension that runs, it eventually runs up and under through the transmission line, but it eventually veers off, and on this side of the lake would be Maple Leaf Lane, the subdivision there, yes.
So
That would, yeah.
I just have one other question. I have a concern with the end-of-life disposal. We hear that they have a 25-year life, and I want to know what your plan is for end-of-life disposal.
Great question. So actually, we have to create what's called a decommissioning plan and post a decommissioning surety. That's set out in the power purchase agreement through NSPI, and it's set at a certain value per project size. It's normally set on a $20,000 per megawatt size. That we have to post prior to start of construction. They hold the surety in place until either we take it down, the PPA ends, there could be a number of reasons, or if at any point, for whatever reason, we are not able to continue to operate, they would enact that surety and then remove, or what we call decommission the project.
That's, doesn't 100%, I want to know, like, what are you going to do with these blades at the end of their life?
Oh, great question. There's a few different things that we can do. So there's actually a blade recycling program that's beginning within North America to, it's all usable materials. So at that point, we would actually bring them into the blade recycling program. The towers themselves, it's essentially scrap metal at that point. So there's a lot of value. So we would just run them through just any sort of recycling program that we could. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I do have one. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there anyone else that has a question before I ask mine? No? So, because I'm not very good with how many inches is a kilometer on this map,
That's okay.
how far away are you from the nearest resident within Modo?
The nearest resident would probably be about 2 kilometers. I would have to do the exact math, but the way that we plan and develop the project is that no turbine would be within 1 kilometer of any identified receptors. So we as we do survey, we're out on field. Not all receptors are necessarily noted, so when we find one, we put them in as what we call an identified receptor. So anything at that point, that could mean a cabin, a cottage, a camp, anything there where we see somebody has frequented, and then we maintain a setback of 1 kilometer from any receptor.
So you're using the 1 kilometer for the sound?
Correct.
Is that what you're using?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Haysom.
Thank you so much. I'm just curious about the engagement that you're doing in the immediate community, if you could speak to that.
Absolutely. So a few years ago, during the project sort of beginning, when we had the first iteration that involved both private and Crown lands, we held a virtual public engagement, and then we did not bid this project into the rate-based procurement. We just weren't ready at that point. It wasn't far enough in the development process to make the project a viable competition. So we continued to develop it throughout that time. And since then, we have had a in-person community engagement that was happening in March. And we held that at the Greenfield Fire Hall in the evening. And I did my best to try and post as much as I could. We did send to both Abby and Mark copies of all of our invites and ask them to post them to the Modal social media pages and to the website if and when possible. Then we also held a virtual public engagement again in May, just understanding it's not always easy to, in the evenings, to get out and to come. And same thing, we've made sure to post with the municipalities as well as in person. There's a few gas stations nearby in Greenfield that we've posted. We posted on Acadia First Nation as well, so everybody had an opportunity to at least hear from us. Yeah, and we'll continue to host public engagement meetings.
Sorry. Little sidebar discussion as to what we're going to do next. Big surprise. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? No? Well, thank you so much for coming and sharing this with us. We do appreciate it, being in the loop.
Absolutely. Thank you for your time, everyone. Much appreciated.
So we're going to move down to 10.1. 10.1 Municipal Joint Services Board. Who's going to be doing 10.1.1? Because Tom isn't in here. He just left. So let's move then down to 10.1.2. Is that all right?
Good morning, council members. MJSB has identified the opportunity to apply to a provincial program for capital funding. It's known as PCAP. It provides 50% funding of capital projects. They're looking to replace 2 Fournier presses, which are components within their septic waste handling system. These are required replacements, so they're just looking for funding opportunities to offset some of that capital cost. They found out from the provincial officials managing the program that motion from their partner councils is also required. So we're just looking for a motion to that effect this morning.
Are there any questions regarding? Okay. I just want to make sure I got the right one here. Councillor Hubley, would you be willing to bring forth the number 1, the first motion?
Yes, thank you.
I think, yeah. Under 10.1.2.
Yes. To Her Honor Deputy Mayor Oikel and members of council, I move that Municipal Council accept the recommendation of the Municipal Joint Services Board and approve an increase of $20,000 in capital funding expenditure for the replacement of the Fournier press channel at the septic treatment plant for a total project cost of up to $140,000, with the increase in cost being absorbed by cost reductions in other capital expenditures, and I so move.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Moore, seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Councillor Bell?
The motion here, it says septic treatment plant. Can you be specific which facility you're referring to?
My understanding that it's the component of the waste site that is used to receive pumped materials out of septic systems. It also receives waste from municipal wastewater treatment plants. It's located on Mullock Road with the rest of the waste site.
Thank you.
Councillor Staton?
Thank you. A question for Alex, if I might.
Certainly.
The $20,000, is that cost shared by the other members, or is that Municipality of Lunenburg's share?
The budget information is based on the MJSB budget, and then it's all broken down based on the cost-sharing formulas in the master agreement.
But you didn't answer my question. Is that MODL's share, or is that the whole increase?
Councillor Hubley can answer that as a member of the
So
Finance Committee.
The 20,000 increase is for the MJSB, and then every, like, town of Home Bay, it is shared. The 20,000 is a shared cost.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? All those in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you. Now we have a part 2 of that, and I was wondering if Councillor Bell, would you be willing to bring that motion forward?
Thank you. To the Deputy Mayor and members of Council, I move that Municipal Council support the submission of a Provincial Capital Assistance Program, PCAP, funding application for the Fourier Press Channel Replacement Project at a cost of $140,000. I so move.
Is there a seconder? Seconder by Councillor Hubley. Any questions on that? Seeing none, all those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. We're going to go back up to 10.1.1, MJSB Service Agreement Review, and are you able to talk to us a little bit about that, Tom?
Certainly. There's in your package, at I believe page 21, there's a summary of the changes. So this is the Municipal Joint Service Board Agreement that's subject to periodic review, which is conducted primarily by the board, the CEO and the CAOs. It's then taken from the board, and the recommendations are forwarded back to each partner unit for approval by the councils. For this particular review, the summary of changes at page 21 of 158 is the MJSB, the updated financial limits for board approval for the supplementary budgets. It's recommended that they increase from $100,000 to $250,000. It is worth noting that the MJSB does not normally require supplementary budgets. The MJSB is more likely to run at a slight surplus than to get in a situation where a supplementary budget has to be approved. The other recommended change is the updated financial limit for board approval for disposal of assets other than land is increased from $100,000 to $250,000. Neither of these two limits have been changed since the agreement was first entered into in 2013, and these revisions reflect current economic conditions and achieve the intended purpose of the board to govern the joint services on behalf of the participating municipalities while continuing to refer more significant decisions to council for deliberation. So by setting these limits, it allows the boards to act on those items that are below the limits. Anything above those limits would have to come back to the partner councils for approval. The MJSB agreement also includes a number of schedules. The traditional Schedule 1 is the Waste Management Shared Service Agreement, and there's no substantive changes suggested to that. There is a recommendation that the site description be changed to reflect the current footprint of the waste site, including updating the property identifying numbers and acreage. Council will recall that the MJSB acquired a significant parcel of land next to the site, which it's now owning. And the costing model for the municipal management shared service remains unchanged. Schedule 2 is the information technology shared service. So the updates to that would be the business goals and objectives were removed, as these are revised annually and are now included in the annual multi-year IT work plan. Council will recall that the MJSB IT service has undergone significant changes in the last few years under the leadership of the new CEO and the new the new director of IT. The service scopes and exclusions have been updated to reflect services currently being delivered. The responsibilities of the partners have been updated as requested. For example, computer peripherals such as external keyboards, webcams, etc., are now purchased by the partners directly instead of by the MJSB and then billed back to the partners. Updated the document to reflect the existence of the IT steering committee. So that's recently been created so that individual units have regular input into the IT services, identifying what's working, what's not working, what municipal needs are per unit. And IT has been very responsive as we brought up issues that we need dealing with on the individual unit side. The cost allocation model has been revised to reflect user count and complexity, as well as special project time for billing. Centralized equipment procurement and equipment pool section is updated to simplify the process and eliminate the PC recapitalization fund, which was previously established to support MGS cash flow. but was cumbersome to administer and is no longer required. Schedule 3 has been updated, and that is the Human Resources Shared Service. So it started out as a pilot project with the HR person being seconded from the town of Bridgewater to the MJSB. That service has been enhanced. They brought in a director of HR. We only had one staff person. We were still having to go external for a lot of our HR needs. And so we wanted the MJSB to adopt a human resource shared service model that would provide for our needs and eliminate the requirements to go outside of the MJSB for HR services. And with the hiring of the director and the completion of the department, we have seen increased and successful HR services provided to us by the MJSB. And we're getting about 50% of the services provided. So we find that with that additional support, the HR service has had a positive impact on MODL, and we include the HR director in our senior management team meetings and our director meetings. The cost allocation model was updated from a time-consuming process requiring detailed time reporting to a model that ensures the town of Bridgewater and the municipality district of Lunenburg each receive 90% of the full-time HR resource, with the additional time being allocated back to the MJSB, with some HR services going to the town of Mahone Bay as required, and the LCLC. HR services are can also be provided to the LCLC or Mahone Bay, and that's at an hourly rate, which is set by the board. Finally, Schedule 4, which is a recent addition to the MJSB, is the Occupational Health and Safety Shared Service. So council will be familiar with this. We passed a motion to support this at the council level. The service won't start until October of 2024. And the cost allocation model distributes 50% of costs on equal shared basis, with the remaining 50% of costs allocated based upon the proportion of total staff in each participating organization. And this occupational health and safety officer will be assisting each of the units with their occupational joint health and safety committees, as well as preparing the safety plans for each of the units. It's something that we've been working on, but without a dedicated service. It's being done off the side of the desk, and it's always challenging to move that forward. So we see that as a very positive engagement, and yet another example of how the MJSB can provide a service to a number of units through one staff person, so that we get to share the resource. So all of these changes have been reviewed by the board. They've been approved by the board. They've been reviewed by the CEOs and the CEO and the CIOs. They've been reviewed by legal, and we're presenting them today, asking for a council to pass a motion in support of these. And each of the other two partner units, the town of Mahone Bay and the town of Bridgewater, are receiving similar requests for the approval of the MJSB agreement schedules.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I like to ask Councillor Moore if she could bring forth that motion, please?
To Deputy Mayor Oikle and members of council, I move that municipal council accept the recommendation of the Municipal Joint Services Board and approve the MJSB service agreement and schedules as presented, and further authorize the mayor and municipal clerk to sign. I so move.
Seconded by Councillor Hoogley. Are there any questions? Councillor Staton.
I have a question for Tom, if I might, please. When you increase the level of spending, will the approval still come back to the board of MJSB for approval, as opposed to staff being able to spend that amount of money without board approval?
Yeah, so this is all for board approval. So the limits are set, board approval, and then if it's above that threshold, individual council approval on the board's recommendation.
Thank you so much.
Are there any other questions on the motion? Seeing none, question called for. All those in favor? Motion's been carried. Thank you very much. We're going to move up to awarding of tenders. 7.1, award of tender 2024-05-300 Indian Falls Stairs Replacement. And Stephen, are you able to talk to us about that? Or Jamie, whoever is assigned?
This is for the Indian Falls Stair Replacement Project. We issued a tender May 9th. We closed the tender May 23rd at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We received 4 bids for the construction of the stairs. These submissions were evaluated based on 3 categories: references and experience, team and certifications, and of course, as we always do, we use cost. When we evaluated the 4 tenders, the 3 categories, we gave 25 points each for each category, making for a total of 75 points. When we evaluated the contractors that submitted, Valley Precision Welding turned out to be the highest score of 71 out of 75. They had a very good proposal, and they also had the lowest cost. So this cost of $62,651 is well within budget, and I'm sorry, I'm mixed up here this morning. Help me out, Stephen.
Yeah, the project overall budget price was, budget approved in the budget was $330,000. That included design and for the installation of the stairs. And the stairs there's a number of different components. This is the actual fabrication and the installation of the actual galvanized steel stairs. And there's a lot of other components involved in the project. There's the design. There's we had to do some tree cutting to fit them in and to get the equipment in. There's some trail widening. There's foundations were actually a significant part of the project. There's fencing and environmental controls. So generally, the $62,000 is for this particular tender for this fabrication and installation of the actual galvanized steel stairs. And the overall costs we're estimating, by the time everything gets added up, is around $190,000 all in. So we had $330 budgeted. So that leaves about $140,000 extra. So it came in under budget, basically. And we were trying to speed up, knowing the priority that council had for getting it through and getting these replaced quickly. So, and a lot of the fabricators did not want to be involved in all the other aspects of the project. So we took that on and did coordinate it and basically act as general contractor for all the other aspects of the project. So it sped it up and also served to cut costs in the end. So the recommendation totally is for council to authorize staff to award tender 2024-05-300 Indian Falls Stairs Replacement Project to Valley Precision Welding for the amount of $62,561.17, including net HST.
Whoops, sorry. Councillor Moore?
Thank you. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Stephen. Nothing worse than losing a train of thought midstream. We've all done it, believe me. Okay, so out of these 4 bidders, is Valley Precision Welding apparently is from the Valley?
Yes.
Correct? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. RKO, Greendale, and Ocean Gear. Where are they located?
RKO's in Dartmouth. Greendale is in Hammonds Plains.
Okay.
And Ocean Gear would be in
Town of Lunenburg.
Town of Lunenburg.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councillor Vino?
Thank you. I just have a question about the point system. Is that a system that's in-house where it's out of 75? Or is that something across the board? And I was flipping back to the tender we did last month, and it was different numbers. So can you explain the point system when awarding tenders?
we determine what we want to judge the proponent on, which we wanted to judge them on their experience and references, and we wanted to judge them on their team and their certifications, and of course, we always want to judge them on the cost. And basically, there was only three things we wanted to judge them on in this one. So we came up with, we wanted to judge them equally for each category, and 75 was just a number.
So point system is project-based then, not
Absolutely.
department-based, I guess, is the better, okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? And as you know, I am not in favor of the stairs being made of metal because of the budget. However, due to the motion to proceed with the metal stairs passing, I'm glad to see that the cost is coming in under budget, and I can support that. Could I have Councillor Greek, could you please bring forth the motion for these?
Yes, thank you. And I appreciate you speeding up this project. Thank you. To Her Honor Deputy Mayor Oikel and members of council, I move that Municipal Council award tender 2024-05-300 Indian Falls Stairs Replacement Project to Valley Precision Welding in the amount of $62,561.17, including HST. And I so move.
Seconded by Councillor Wynot. Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you very much. We're going to take a break, and we're going to be back for our 10:15. So we have how many minutes left? 13 minutes. Okay, 13 minutes. 13. I know. I'm heavy-handed, sorry. Welcome back, everyone. We have another presentation this morning. Actually, we have 3 presentations altogether. And our second one is Old Growth Forest with Westford Management Company. And if they could come forward, I believe we have Beck Stewart, Spencer Colstring, and Mark, I don't know how you say your name, I'm sorry, McClellan. You can introduce who you are, which one of those you are. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for letting us come in to talk to you this morning. So I'm Breck Stewart. I'm the general manager at Westford Management Inc. And Mikhail McClellan is our management forester. And Spencer Colstring is our forest stewardship manager. So yeah, we were asked to, come in and speak to you about a presentation that you had last year sometime about a petition to protect forest older than 80 years old, I believe, in the municipality. So I guess, is that better? Yes. We, a little background on Westford. So we are a Crown Land Forest Management Company only, so we only operate on Crown land. And so we were established in 2016 by a group of 12 mills who all had licenseship on Crown land in Western Nova Scotia. And between the Department of Natural Resources and the 12 mills, they all agreed that the best way to manage the Crown Forest of Western Nova Scotia would be to create a separate entity, which would be Westford, which does all of the forest management on behalf of DNR and all of the licensees. So moving forward, I guess we obviously are mandated to follow all of the policies and guidelines and restrictions of the Department of Natural Resources and the management of Crown land. So we don't get to make a lot of our own decisions in that respect. We follow some fairly strict standards that are set for us to meet. That being said, we don't really get to stray a whole lot from what the policies and restrictions are. And we, I guess with respect to the 80-year-old old forest concept, we certainly support protecting old forests. We certainly support the new provincial mandate to protect 20% of all of our land base. We actively, we're always looking for unique high conservation value forests to add to that mix to promote that concept. As well, Mikhail will speak in a few moments to some of the things that we do. It's protection and conservation is incorporated in everything we do and all of the planning that we go through. So specifically to the protecting the 80-year-old forest, there's a number of things that we probably don't do a very good job of promoting around the province. One being that Nova Scotia is actually the only province in Canada that does not allow any harvesting of old growth forest on Crown land. So we actually, we have that badge unique to us. And every patch of old forest that exists in the province today, whether we know about it or not, is already protected, because you can't touch a piece of Crown land that's forested today without doing old growth assessments, species at risk assessments, other biodiversity assessments. So those are all key pieces that happen on Crown land before any activity, whether it be a parking lot, forest operation, or anything, before any of that stuff can happen. So I guess with that being said, I'll pass it off to Mikhail to talk about how we actually go about addressing old growth and managing the forest, and we can take any questions after that.
Just so that you know, you have 10 minutes left, so if you want questions in there.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect, thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Council. I'm Macaw McClellan, the Management Forester at Westfor, and we're just going to talk about Old Forest and ecological forestry. So to start, what is Old Forest? That's a bit small, but essentially on Crown land in Nova Scotia, Old Forest it's quite a long definition. I have it up there. But the short and sweet of it is that an old forest is an area defined at a minimum of 1 hectare in size, where 20% of the basal area is how we measure trees in forestry, kind of the density. So the top 20% of the basal area, the age of that tree needs to be equal or needs to be greater than the reference age by a given forest group. So here are the different forest groups we have in the province: tolerant hardwood, spruce hemlocks, with red spruce dominant, spruce hemlock with eastern hemlock dominant, mixed wood, spruce pine forest, wet coniferous, wet deciduous, and floodplain forest. So these are the reference ages. So if we come across a stand that is, say, tolerant hardwood, we are actually looking to make sure that that stand is under 140 years old. If it is over or is equal to 140 years old, then that would be old growth forest and would be unoperable to us. If it is close to that age, we would look at potentially setting that side a stand for a restoration opportunity for old forest. One key note is wet coniferous, wet deciduous, and and floodplain forests are actually not operable in the ecological matrix or at any part of forestry on Crown land. So those ages are quite low. So all of those, if given the opportunity, would reach old growth forest age. Westfor and old growth forests. Westfor is committed to the protection and restoration of Nova Scotia's old growth forest. We screen all of our plans during our planning process with the provincial potential old growth forest layer. I'll get into that in a few minutes. Plans that overlap with this layer do get an old growth survey at the time of forest planning. And another thing that we do, and this is part of the province's old growth policy, is that any existing mapped old growth forest gets a 100-meter area of interest set around it, and the activities inside of that 100-meter area of interest are kind of monitored by the Department of Natural Resources to make sure that our actions aren't going to affect the integrity of that piece of old growth forest. The biggest part of that is the construction of new roads that might impede that. And for 2024, Westfor has a goal to set aside 3% or 150 hectares of our annual operating plan for old growth forest or old growth restoration opportunity. Year to date, we have already identified 85 hectares that will be going into the provincial policy protected old growth layer. I'm going to touch on what ecological forestry is, which is a lion's share of, or most of the forestry that we do at Westfor. Currently, it's 100% of the forestry we do. This is a quote from an Ecological Silviculture Systems textbook, but it is an approach for managing forests, including trees, associated organisms, and ecological functions based on emulation of natural models of development. What I like to say is ecological forestry is managing a forest for all of its parts, not just the timber of traditional forestry. You can see the middle picture of the presentation was the first ecological treatment that Westfor did, and that was a trial done in 2020. So as of June 1st, 2022, all of Westfor harvests have been compliant with the Silviculture Guide to the Ecological Matrix, and that is a document that guides forest activities on the ecological matrix of section of Crown land. Some objectives to all of our harvest treatments are to increase and maintain the percentage of LIT species. LIT species are long-lived, shade intermediate to tolerant, and those are typical old-growth species, would be classed as lit species. So we really want to promote those species through a harvesting. Creating vertical and horizontal forest structure and heterogeneity. We don't want all uniform trees. That's not how the forest naturally grows. We want it to be patchy. We want dead standing trees. We want holes for regeneration to grow up. And another thing we need is the retention of 15 to 20 trees per hectare marked as permanent reserve trees. And so I have a little table here right from the Silviculture Guide, what pertains a permanent reserve tree. What's interesting enough is all of our harvesting requirements, we're trying to actually emulate an old forest structure. If these treatment requirements are very, very close to the definition of old growth forest on Crown land, minus the age. So here's a map of the Crown land in the municipality. I have a table of how much and percentage of each forest group. Grand total, there is about almost 33,000 hectares of Crown land in the municipality. That is outlined in green on this map. And the orange is already policy protected area. So those are parks and protected area on Crown land. 3,600 hectares of modal Crown land is a sensitive forest group that is outside of harvest eligibility, and those would be the wet coniferous, wet deciduous, and floodplain forests. So this next map in pink highlights the potential old growth layer, and that is a tool developed by the Forestry Division at the Department of Natural Resources, and it uses forest inventory to score every forested stand, not only on Crown land, but actually in the province, on a score of 0 to 11 on the likelihood of it being old growth forest due to forest inventory information. So we score every stand that is 7 or higher on that rating scale. So this map identifies that about 4,000 hectares of Crown working forest is potentially old growth. Now where our plans overlap, this is where we do our old growth scoring. To put that in perspective, here is private lands on the municipality with the potential for old forest. So if you look, we're really just a drop in the bucket when it comes to the conservation of old forest. I do see West4 and Crown Land Management as a role model to private landowners of the best forest practices to do and working around old growth forests. And in conclusion, there's this is a quote from Daniel Matthews. There's a middle ground between clear-cut logging and just shutting our eyes and hoping for the best. Chainsaws can be used as an intelligent tool for forestry. Yeah.
Thank you. That's wonderful. Really good information. Do we have, oh, Councillor Moore has questions.
Thank you. The private pieces of land, I think that is the one that is probably the issue. But you guys, and there's a sawmill in Lunenburg County that will go in on help these private landowners to give them advice on managing their trees and getting a plan so that they can have both, the best of both kinds.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Councillor DeLong.
Thank you very much for the presentation. How do your forestry practices align with the recommendations in the Leahy report?
They line 100% with the Leahy report recommendations.
That's good to hear, and if I may?
Certainly.
Can you speak to what you do to protect habitats and species that are at risk?
Yep. So there are a few, we have a list of species at risk in the province, and each one of them has an individual recovery plan. So depending on the species at risk, we implement their special management practices to it. One example off the top of my head would be for boreal felt lichen. There's a predicted model for boreal felt lichen in the province, and all of our plans would then, anything that would overlap, we actually hire a lichenologist to go look for the lichen in particular. If they do find any lichens, the proper management practices set forth by the recovery team are implemented. Another one would be mainland moose, and if we're operating in a core habitat for mainland moose, we also do the same proper recovery team recommendations, meaning in moose in particular require special moose shelter patches inside and outside of the harvest block. So, and then on top of that, we do have data from ACCDC, which is kind of the Atlantic, I forget the acronym, but they collect all species at risk data for the Maritimes, and all of our harvest plans are screened against that to make sure that there's nothing from those layers that impact. And ACCDC data collects data from anybody who's collecting forest data and actually from the public. So it's quite a robust data set.
Councillor Haysom.
Thank you for all of the information. I think, the point of the presentation that we had received, I think, was that there is some concern about how we measure this concept of old growth. I do have concerns about the way the assessments are done, because it seems to me that they're often done based on a computer model, and it's only once someone actually goes, if they do go and do some investigation on the ground, that there's any further work done to see if there are species at risk or old growth stands. And I might make the argument, I'm really pleased to hear that West4 has been compliant since 2022 with meeting all of those requirements, but I might make the argument that that could be the direct result of some community members identifying some of those challenges and definitely making a move to protect those areas. So I really appreciate the information that you've shared here today, and I think that, again, the challenge seems to be as we move forward is this old growth minimum age and the concern that it's harder and harder to find those minimum growths. So I do appreciate you coming in. It's always interesting to hear directly from industry.
Yeah, one thing to add on that, 100% of our stands are walked by forest planners at an intensity of we do a cruise plot of actually aging the trees of 1 to 2 hectares, which is quite an intensive cruise in the Maritimes, but we walk a lot of 100% of the blocks that we operated have been walked and aged. And that is not new. That has been the Crown standard since before 2016. So that's.
No, you can certainly go ahead and answer
if
that.
I could just add one point to that. You saw the diversity of the age classes in the actual provincial old growth forest policy, and that actually comes with a lot of research and science over the years as to what quantifies an old growth forest in different forest types. So in a sugar maple forest, it requires a lot more time to mature, to develop some of the ecological functions of an old growth forest versus coastal black spruce, which, cycles itself a lot sooner. You see a lot more blowdown and erosion and whatnot. So there is that whole aspect of it. The other piece, somewhat counterintuitive with ecological forestry, as Mikhail mentioned, all of our harvest plans nowadays, and so we aren't, if we haven't been doing any clear cutting for 2 years, if we get back into some high production harvesting, which would be limited to only 10% of the land base, which is essentially tree farming, it'd be spruce plantations, but that leaves the remainder of all of Crown land will always be managed under this ecological forestry model. The main function of that is to try to develop that multi-age to replicate an old-growth forest. So we would be operating in forest stands that have trees, could be a few hundred years old, some portion of that, as well as trees that are 20 years old. So we're trying to keep the forest in that multi-aged, diverse state, which, you know, helps the diversity of critters and fauna and flora and everything else. So the 80-year cap doesn't really work scientifically in the forest world. It's just kind of a arbitrary number, whereas we actually have a lot of science and research that shows the different categories of ages that meet that specific old growth. You know, if you talk about the feel of an old growth forest, there are things there that come with certain different ages with different species classes.
Thank you. Councillor Wannett, you have a question?
More glass on. Regarding the climate change and last year's fires, are you aware that the Greenfield Volunteer Airport Club is looking for support for jet fuel dump for forest firefighting aerial operations? The closest one to us is Yarmouth and Digby, and that's very time-consuming for the planes and expensive to fly back and forth to get water, to fuel so they can dump water. But is there any way you can support that club financially or some group somehow?
Well, definitely. Right off the top, we have a community grant program. So from each county in the province that we harvest, we set aside $1 per cord, or 50 cents a ton of the fiber that we harvest. We set that aside to give back to the community in each county. So we just went through a round of receiving applications, and we've got quite a few, and we've given out close to $1 million in the last few years to give back to the community. So that would definitely be, in that application phase, would be a great place to put that forward. But it's also something, as I said, we've got 12 shareholders, being all of the mills in Western Nova Scotia, who obviously have a keen interest in protecting the forest from fire. So they probably would be interested in something like that to support the cause as well, yes. And so would DNR, I would think.
We're looking probably $150,000 to get the dump, and it's all run by volunteers, and they're willing to.
I think that's an excellent idea.
Yeah, excellent, good, super.
So Councillor, why not maybe you can connect somehow at some time and get that information?
Yes,
That'd be
absolutely,
awesome.
yep.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? No? Thank you so much for coming in this morning and for the information. We really do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having us.
We're going to move down to staff report, 11.1.2, Hillside Cemetery at the Mark. And we have Trudy, who's going to lead us through a discussion regarding that.
Yes, good morning, Deputy Mayor, Council, and staff. I'm here to present on the Hillside Cemetery at the Mark. So if Council can recall, I'll give a little bit of background. At our January 23rd, 2024 Council meeting, we had 2 municipal residents who made a presentation to Council pertaining to the Hillside Cemetery located at the Mark. They requested that the municipality verify that the site currently referred to as the Mark was indeed called the Lunenburg Municipal Hospital. So if Council can recall that, I know that's quite a while in January, but that was one of the questions that they had asked, because in their research they couldn't find reference to the facility being called that. The second request from the citizens was to change the information in the interpretive sign that's located at the site, referencing that 188 individuals are buried at the cemetery. Through their research, they located names of 207 individuals that were buried at the gravesite, and to change the years of the last person being buried there from 1959 to 1960. And also through their research, they indicated that the first burial was in 1895. And the last interment or burial was in 1960. The final request that they made to council was to erect a monument at the site, listing the 207 individual names they found through their research. As council recalls, and they did have some pictures, and there is some pictures, I believe, in your package. Currently, the grave sites have numbers. They're not names on the individuals buried there. So the discussion about the Mark Cemetery, when I did some of my research, has been on previous committees of councils and council's agendas. Looking back in the files, there's evidence of this being discussed in 2007. At that time, a legal opinion was sought to help determine if any permission was needed to place a name on a monument. And the response at the time provided by MODL's legal was that these are death records and they are public. They are part of the public domain, and as such, permission would not be required. However, in looking at staff's report at that time, Veteran Affairs did suggest putting a notice in the paper stating the municipality's intent to list the names. It was recommended to reach out to the public to seek suggestions. So in November 15th, 2007, at a committee of the whole meeting, members did speak in favor of recognizing the people buried in the cemetery and seeking input in the development of an improvement plan for the cemetery. So there was an ad out requesting public input in the Bulletin Progress, as it was called in those days. In 2008, we drew interest primarily in the death records. So in 2007, council did consider various types of monuments, including one that listed all the names, and the estimated cost at that time was $4,500 for a monument. We did reach out to a couple of monument places to get today's 2024 numbers for such a monument, and they have not responded back. I anticipate that the cost for such a monument would be substantially higher than perhaps in 2008. So in 2018, this is when it came back in my research back on the agenda, where we had some community interest again, and we had a staff person work with this community member. Council did respond, and it resulted in the number of grave markers at the cemetery being repositioned. I remember we hired a landscaping company to come and do all of that work and to tidy up the cemetery. And in 2019, a monument was erected, which there was an attached picture that stated that Hillside Cemetery, this memorial is dedicated to the residents who lived and passed at the Lunenburg Municipal Hospital and were buried here between 1904 and 1959. Remembrance Place 2019 by the municipality of the District of Lunenburg. And at the same time, we put an interpretive sign there as well, giving a bit of history of the site, which I believe there was a picture included as well. And both the monument and the interpretive sign were installed to honor and remember those who lived and passed away at the Lunenburg Municipal Hospital. So fast forwarding it to today's report. So based on the request of the two citizens at the January 23rd meeting, staff did look into the name of the facility, and through municipal records, evidence was found that the facility was indeed called the Lunenburg Municipal Hospital, which again, I included pictures in your package. The 207 names that were identified through the residents' research has been sent to staff. I did reach out and they did email them to me. It would be staff's recommendation to request that the South Shore Genealogical Society review the research conducted by the two residents, and if the society adopts this list of names as part of their official record, that the municipality do the same. If the research was to be adopted, the municipality should consider installing a new brass plaque on the rock, replacing the dates to 1895 and 1960. And again, in 2008, that plaque cost approximately $2,000. The interpretive sign would also need to be changed to reflect the new documented number of burials from 188 to 207, and the first burial and last burial dates would need to be changed on that interpretive sign. The final request from the residents was for council to erect a monument listing the 207 names of the individuals they determined to have been buried at the cemetery. Again, as I previously stated, we did reach out, and I unfortunately don't have any kind of ballpark of what that a monument would cost. However, during the presentation given, and there was an error in my report, so I apologize, it should say January 23rd, not June 23rd, 2024. At the council meeting, one of the speakers made the following statement about someone who had an ancestor buried at a similar cemetery that has the graves marked by numbers, which is how it currently is at the Hillside Cemetery. And I did listen to the recording, so I believe I'm quoting it exactly. When she does find her great-grandmother, she wants to mark her grave with a headstone and maintain the site. So this quote resonated with me. So it's staff's recommendation that the municipality promote a program that enables family members to purchase and install a grave marker for their family members that aligns with the specifications determined by the municipality. And the reason why I'm indicating that aligns with the specifications, if you're ever visited the grave site, the numbers are quite close together. So if family members wanted to put quite a big monument, it would probably be impeding on the next grave site. So that's the reason for the size and the specification. This recommendation would enable family members to make the decision on having a personalized grave marker for the relatives and loved ones, and this would be following like current practices of cemeteries. So the budget implications, no funding has been budgeted in the 2004-2025 budget. If updates are required to the current monument and the interpretive signs, I do believe that these updates could come through our regular operating budget, through the Recreation Parks and Tourism budget. If a new monument listing all the names, funding would need to come from reserves if you wanted to complete it this year and erect it this year, or council could make the decision to include it in the next fiscal year's capital plan, if that's the route the council wanted to take. And of course, the alternative is not to change anything based on all the information that I just provided you. Just in conclusion, we had 2 residents who made several requests concerning the Hillside Cemetery. In 2019, council did erect a monument and interpretive sign to honor those folks at that site, and staff are recommending that council provide us direction to reach out to the South Shore Genealogical Society to review the research conducted by the residents, make changes if required, and to establish a grave marker program in which family members can make the decision to mark the graves of their family members. I know that was pretty detailed. Are there any questions?
Councillor Vino.
In reading in the report, in the summary, one of the requests, I believe, stated that we would list the names to reflect the new research somewhere at the mark, but in the motion, it doesn't mention listing those names. Can you clarify if the goal is to list the names of the people based on the report?
So the request was from the residents to erect a monument that would list all 207 names. The recommendation of staff is not to erect a monument. To balance that request, the recommendation is for staff to develop a grave marker program that would have specifications. So if in that 207 names, if one of 2, however many were relatives of mine, and I wanted to make the decision to put a grave marker that would have on it in loving memory or whatever, then I would be able to make that choice as the relative. And that's the recommendation of staff.
To the grave marker program, okay.
And if we had, if the 207 names are accepted by the South Shore Genealogical Society, we would accept those records as well. So then we would have them on file as well. If people wanted to do research, if they wanted to come and, yes.
And just a follow-up comment, if I may, Deputy Mayor? Having been to the cemetery several times and having some background when we are trying to determine the markers, I'm not confident in designating certain markers to certain people, because I think there's been some confusion over the years as to what number relays to what person. I am in favor of the plaque, recognizing all of those people there, but not in a specific placement, knowing that over the years, those have shifted. It's been redone. There's no guarantee that that marker is for said person. I think it shows more respect as a municipality to have that general marker as opposed to person. So I don't think I'll be supporting this motion as it's read before me.
Councillor Haysom.
Thank you. If this motion is adopted, does it preclude having a monument put in place that does list all of those names at some point in the future?
I would say that's a decision of council. I mean, if you went ahead with the grave marker program and council at a later date determined they wanted to put a monument listing all 207 names, that would be at the discretion of council.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Hubley.
I'm not 100% sure where I sit because I feel like the names should be listed. I feel that, yeah, I don't want to see a grave not marked. I don't want to see it not personal. And if this motion takes that off the table, I don't want to vote in favor of the motion if it takes that off the table. I don't know what to do here. I need some more information. I don't know. I don't need more information. I just want to know what everybody else is thinking.
I don't think it takes it off the table, if I could. The recommendations that I'm bringing forth is we ask the South Shore Genealogical Society to review the document, and if it's deemed as an official document, we would accept that. And then the third recommendation is to establish a grave marker program. So the motion doesn't say you could never have a monument listing the 207 names. And if I could just, part of the reason, and sometimes it's very delicate with family members, that I'm just being quite upfront. I think part of the discussion in 2018, why we went with the stone monument, is that during conversations with some community members, they did not necessarily want the names of their relatives listed. And so I'm just trying to balance and trying to honor and recognize and trying to be respectful of all the families. And so when that quote was read about the, wanting to, that lady wanted to mark her grandmother's grave, that's where I got the idea from, to say, yeah, that, the granddaughter would be marking the relatives' names. And I'm not saying, I'm just trying to balance everything.
I can support this, absolutely. I can respect it.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I don't think that the motion, the way it's written, is actually preventing the listing to be done in the future. I'm going to support the motion, and I was part of the discussions a few years ago when then Deputy Warden Elmer Garber made it clear, and he grew up on that facility, that there were some individuals who chose not to have their names, not the individuals, but the individuals' families, members, chose not to, and I would like to respect that choice as well. So if somebody wants to put an individual marker, we should facilitate that ability for them. And I do agree that they should be uniform, so that maybe the same size, the same material, so it doesn't change the appearance too much. So I will be supporting the motion.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments? My only concern with the grave marker program are for those people who do not have any living relatives in the area, to be able to honor them. So that should be something, I'm planning to support this motion, but should be considered as part of the grave marker program as to what to do for those particular individuals. Could I have Councillor Wynot, would you be willing to bring forth this motion, please?
To the Deputy Mayor and members of council, I move that Municipal Council direct staff to contact the South Shore Genealogical Society to review and research conducted by the presenters at the January 23rd, 2024 council meeting, and further, if the material is adopted by the society, that the municipality also adopt this research material and proceed with changing the brass plaque and interpretive sign to reflect the new information and further establish a grave marker program, and I so move.
Seconded by Councillor Greek. Are there any other comments or discussion on this motion? Seeing none, all those that, all of a sudden, I don't know what to say. All in favor, there you go. I know something. Those opposed? Opposed by Councillor Vino. Motion has passed. Thank you very much, Trudy. And we are still on time with our agenda today. And we're going to move down to, or actually move up to 11.1.1, Park Accessibility Audit Report. And we have Stacy Muse here today to give that to us.
Good morning, everyone. So how do I cue this up?
While Stacy's queuing that up, I'm just going to give a little bit of background.
This is not.
So if council recall, on May the 5th, 2023, we awarded our Parks Accessibility Audit Project to EXP. The scope of work involved conducting a park accessibility audits on 5 of our municipal parks using the Rick Hansen certification system that measures and certifies the levels of meaningful access to buildings and spaces. And the 5 parks in which the accessibility audits were conducted was Hurdles Beach, Mushmush Beach Park, Miller Point Peace Park, Riveridge Common, and Indian Falls. We did have an internal staff committee that was established, which involved Marta, our open space and trails coordinator, Maria, who is a project manager with engineering, Ellen, who is our accessibility coordinator, Stephen Pace, who is our director of engineering, and Amy, who is our grants coordinator, but also has Rick Hansen certification, and we pulled in other staff as required. So I filled in some time for you, Stacy. So without further ado, Stacy is going to present the final report and some of the findings in that report and recommendations.
Thank you, Trudy. Everybody can hear me okay? I just put together a little presentation here, and it's basically a summary of the report that has the report been distributed, so everybody has a copy of the report. I don't go as in-depth in this as I do in the report, so any kind of additional information that you want to see, just cite the report. Just a bit of a snapshot of what we'll be talking about today, so I'll just introduce myself and kind of the process that I went through. I'll give a background of the parks that we assessed. I will give you a rundown briefly of the Rick Hansen audit process and how we use that as the tool to determine what you have for these individual parks. We will talk a little bit about park identity, and then we'll close with a bit of final words and some questions that you may have. So introduction, my name is Stacy Muse. I work with EXP. I'm a civil engineer. I run the infrastructure group, so we do a lot of trails, streets, roads, bridges. We also get into wastewater and water and services and things like that. So a lot of municipal work, and we do other projects with the municipality here. So we do have some local area experience. We did the accessibility audit, so that's really what the title of this project is, accessibility audit. So far, 5 parks were selected, and I'll show you those in a minute. And really, the intent was to go visit all these parks on a multitude of times and just get a sense of what you had today. how they score in the Rick Hansen world, and what you can do to at least get to accreditation points. So those are a synopsis of the audit activities that we did. This is intended to be a planning tool for the future. So you'll see plans and things like that, but these are really just depictions of what I'm trying to say through the audit process. Are there any questions before I get going? Okay. So background information, the 5 parks looked at were, I think Trudy, I didn't hear what you just said. I think you already went through all this, but Hurdles Beach, Mushamush Beach Park, Miller Point Peace Park, River Ridge Common, and the Indian Falls Park. So I'll just give you a bit of a background. I know this is probably small to look at. I know there's televisions everywhere, but Hurdles at the moment, and by the gray area, does my cursor come up on the screen as well? I don't think it does, as a pointer. Right now you have can someone see my pointer? Is there a way to point to this? Or do you have a laser pointer? No. Up in the top part of the screen, in the green area, currently right now you have stairs on one leg and then a ramp going up to a set of vault toilets. The vault toilets are not considered accessible. Dimensionally, they're not correct, and they don't have all the amenities needed. Then we drop down to the parking area. The parking area is gravel, undelineated. There's no accessible parking stalls, per se. The boardwalks are all elevated. They're not all accessible from the parking area. And the boardwalks are, since this was done, they've been severely damaged by storms. So this is just a quick rundown of existing conditions at Hurdles. This is Mushamush Beach, and currently right now there's 2 parking areas, and again, undelineated. By undelineated, I mean there's no rhyme or reason to the parking area. It's just a big gravel pad. So there's no line markings, which would come with a paving of parking. So here you have 2 parking areas. There is a washroom facility in the upper right-hand corner. Accessibility to the beach itself is low to none. And also the amenities, like a lot of the waste receptacles, wayfinding signage, a lot of those things are not present. Miller Point Peace Park, there's the main road that comes in, the main access road down to the water and the trail system that you see at the bottom of the page is characterized by a really long dirt road, and people walk it too from the main road down to this area. There's no delineated trail. There's no delineated parking down here. Washrooms are also not accessible. And the trail system itself lacks in benches and amenities, and also it's very route-driven and very difficult to navigate for somebody with accessibility challenges. River Ridge Common. River Ridge Common is it's a challenge from a grade standpoint. Down at the main road, there's a lower parking area. It's not very big. And then if you want to get up to any of the facilities, be it the playground that was built there, or the rail trail, or the falls, it's a fairly significant incline to get from the lower area to the upper area. There is a new trail that switchbacks. You can see it on the right-hand side. It's kind of like the zigzaggy line. So that's meant to kind of help with the slope situation for trails. And there's no accessible parking. The washrooms, albeit they're labeled as being accessible, they are not accessible. They don't meet the CSA standard or the Rick Hansen requirements. Indian Falls Park. Yes?
Go ahead, Councillor DeLong.
Sorry, if they're labeled as accessible, why is that?
It depends on the measurement you use. So if you were to buy a pickup truck, as an analogy, if you had a Ford F-150 or a Toyota Tundra and they're both rated for 10,000 pounds, depends on what testing mechanisms they use, but they're not necessarily rated the same. They won't necessarily pull the same weight, so it's the same idea. So somebody has done some sort of check on accessibility, and for whatever standard they would use to label their washrooms, they can do that. And if you read the fine print on those washrooms, if you get in, there's a nameplate on it. They would cite what standard they use to call it accessible. It's a bit of a trick.
If I may,
Certainly, go ahead, Councillor.
What would the
Dolan.
requirements be for it to be Rick Hansen certified accessible that we don't currently have?
There's, the variables in that would be the footprint itself, so how big the shelter is. It would be whether doors open out or open in. It would depend on the door hardware. It would depend on the height of the toilet paper. It would depend on the change table. So it's all to do with like the amenities and how they're dimensionally positioned inside, as well as the footprint. So a lot of times, you know, washrooms were built just to be the size the washrooms are needed. They're not big enough. They're generally not big enough. So if you were to pull in a wheelchair in them and circulate around inside, they're not navigable inside. So Indian Falls, they have a lot of amenities. It's just to get to them is tricky. So you do have a picnic area in the upper corner, but it's blocked off by big boulders. Your parking is also undelineated, but that's the case in all these parks. You're going to find that the story is very similar to all these 5 parks. They score very similar in the Rick Hansen world, and they all kind of need the same treatment. Also at Indian Falls, there is a trail system, and there was one newly built last summer. And again, some of the slopes and some of the widths aren't necessarily, they don't necessarily meet the criteria. So there's different little areas that may need to be addressed. Right at the entry point, like from the grass area and the picnic area where you walk into after you park, when you enter, I'll call it the trailhead, right away you dip way down. You cross a bridge and then you dip way back up. Now, that would be a challenge to fix that grade, but that grade certainly doesn't meet accessibility standards. And that's before you even enter the trail system. Now, that would be a tricky area to improve the grade just because it's already a bridge structure, so that would come at a capital. So those are the 5 parks, and that's existing conditions. So the Rick Hansen audit is the tool that we use. That's the one we were mandated by the municipality to undertake. So I'm going to tell you just briefly how that works, but it is a tool to measure your existing conditions. It's a way to put numbers to your parks. It's a way to score your parks. It's a valuable tool. It's a little subjective. The way I fill it out might not be the way Trudy fills it out, may not be the way you fill it out. It really depends on your eye on accessibility. And some people, you know, if you were to take one of these parks and make it Rick Hansen certified accredited, and you label it as such, there still could be backlash from folks. People may not see you have met the full accessibility. And why is that? And it's because Rick Hansen has a slew of categories. I'll go to the next slide. It's a snapshot of their scorecard. I didn't put all the scorecards in here. They are in your reports. You can flip through them. They're a little hardness and a little boring to read. Now, Rick Hansen comes with available points, but they try to encompass all situations, be it a building, a park, a road, whatever amenity you have. They're trying to encompass all types of facilities. But not all of these facilities are applicable to your situation. So let's just, for straight numbers purpose here and description reasons, let's say that Rick Hansen has 1,000 points available. 500 of those points could be related to buildings. And if we're talking about parks, buildings are not applicable. And then you can take 500 points. If 500 points are kind of slated for building type purposes and you don't have buildings, you can take 500 points out of the available points. So if you strip everything that's not applicable to you because you have a park, you have what's remaining as available points. And if we call it 500, you need 60% to be called Rick Hansen accredited. And you need 80% of that available points to be called Rick Hansen accredited gold. What does that mean? It's the label on your wayfinding. That's really it. You'd be able to advertise yourself as such. However, in the Rick Hansen world, if, as an example, you could improve your washrooms, you could get the best washrooms possible, but not improve your trails and still be Rick Hansen accredited. Because you've scored enough points to get over the 60% mark. You not necessarily addressed all the issues, but it gets you there. But that's just on paper. You guys should decide. Rick Hansen is a tool. It's not a deciding factor. You guys, if you take any of these parks and bring them to the next level, that's when you would actually, you know, pick apart the park and decide what it is you actually want to do here. Through this report, I've given you a menu of choices. I've given you some initial ideas, and that's really what this is about. So I'm going to go through each park here and just show you how you scored in the Rick Hansen world. So the parks, as far as available points go, they're very similar right across the board because all of your parks, they're parks. There's no buildings in any of them. There's no special feature that makes them different than the other parks. I know one's a river, one's an ocean beach, one's a trail system, but they're all parks. So they all come with pretty much the same available points in the Rick Hansen world. So when I look at hurdles as an example, so 251 points, that's bolded in the top. Hurdles would need to score 251 points in the Rick Hansen world on the audit form in order to get 60% of the available points. So if hurdles scored 251 points, you would be accredited, Rick Hansen accredited certified, not gold. Hurdles scored 107 of the 251, which means you're 144 points short. Now, there's 4 categories when we're looking at parks. There's vehicular access, so it's all to do with parking, how the driveways come in, how the roads circulate within. The second point is washroom facilities. The third point is amenities. And amenities could be waste receptacles, picnic tables, shelters, wayfinding signage. Those are all your amenities. And the last one, there's more points than this, but these are the big point getters. And improved trails and pathways. So if you have an elevated boardwalk, you need to ramp to it. Is the boardwalk accessible? Is the material proper? Is it dimensioned properly? Are there railings? Those are all the things that we look at when we're doing the audit. So here I'm just illustrating some of the points you could gain by doing some changes at hurdles. So improved vehicular access, you'll see what that means up ahead. But that could be delineate your parking, and I'll speak to this because this applies to all parks, but you need to delineate your parking somehow. And that can be done with guardrails, it can be done with ropes. Ideally, it would be paved and striped. By striped, I mean line painting, so when you come into this facility, you know exactly where you're gonna park. Everybody knows when you arrive at a park and it's undelineated. How do they park? They park 5 cars across a bank where they could have fit 10 if they had parked properly. But they park a little wider away from the next car and a little wider away from the next car, and lo and behold, you're not using your space the way you should, and it's all to do with delineation. Washroom facilities, you have a slew of vault toilets. Vault toilet seems to be the most common thing. A vault toilet is just basically a big concrete tank underground and a hut on top that feeds directly by gravity to such tank. It's a septic tank. Most washrooms that were built before today, and when this topic became kind of a hot point, none of them are dimensionally right as far as accessibility goes. So accessibility has a dimension, X, Y, dimensions that need to be honored. And then there's, like I said before, it has to do with amenities within the washroom facility, the door and how it operates, and how you get to the washroom. The amenity features, a lot of your garbage receptacles, perhaps they're too high. Perhaps they're not located in a spot that's easily accessible. Wayfinding. Wayfinding is a bit splotchy and all over the place. Sometimes there's signage, sometimes there isn't. It'd be nice to have some sort of unified wayfinding across all your parks. And it will lend itself to my final point on this presentation, and that'll be park identity as well. There's ways to achieve that. And then, of course, the final point I have there is improved trails pathways. So all your pathways that lead from your parking areas to your washroom facilities, to your beaches, to your parks, to your trails, including your trails if the trails is the focus of the park. So that's kind of the eye we had at all of these parks. So again, you can see hurdles. Hurdles scores about 30% on the overall available points in the Rick Hansen world, but you need 60. So you're about halfway there, and you're going to see the same story times 5 because these parks are extremely similar as far as what they lack in and what they do have. So they all score in the 25 to 30% range. To be accredited, you'd have to get up to 60%. So Mushamush needs 197 points to achieve accreditation. You fell short by 92. But again, looking below, and back to my point on the subjectivity of Rick Hansen. As an example, here, Mushamush needs 92 points to be called Rick Hansen accredited certified. I could do nothing about the washrooms. I could do nothing about the vehicular access, but I can improve trails and improve the amenities. You'll be accredited, but it's still not accessible, in my eyes, because you haven't hit all the points. So again, judgment needs to be used when looking at parks, and you need to prioritize regardless of what an audit says or how you score. You need to look at your parks and just tell yourself what you want in them, or, you know, so this is really to identify what you lack in. You decide how you take it from here. Miller Point, Peace Park, 215 points needed. This one fell a little shorter, so 69. This one ran at about 20%. So you need 146 points in Miller Point, Peace Park. So there's more trail systems in Miller Point, and they're not all up to snuff or accessible. The washrooms, again, washrooms and vehicular access, again, lack, but they always do, and the amenities. Oh, I don't know what I did.
Councillor Bell,
There
you
we
have
go.
a question?
I'd just like you to explain to me, when you say the trails are not all accessible, are you looking to be able to navigate the entire park with a wheelchair?
That would be like situational. It depends how much of the park you want to open as being accessible. So when I say a trail is inaccessible, it's either the variables that come into play are the material that they're built with. So is it gravel? Is it coarse gravel? Is it fine gravel? Is it compactable? Is it asphalt? Number two would be the dimension of the trail. Like how wide is it? Can say pedestrian traffic going one way conflict with pedestrian traffic coming the other way and not be impeded?
Because you would change the very dynamics of the park itself for what makes it special. So is the credibility of the audit, you would destroy the natural beauty of the park if I did everything that you were asking. So that's a concern for me.
Yeah.
And I use a comparison of parks in Arizona that are considered accessible when 10% is made especially for a wheelchair.
Right.
And they don't change the 90%, but yet get accreditation.
Yeah.
So does this play in part in any way? Because first, I don't want to destroy the natural beauty of a park, but I do want to be able to have everybody in our society be able to enjoy some part of it.
That's an excellent point, and I'm a bit of an advocate to that too. So if you were to do an accessibility audit on all natural parks in Nova Scotia, I think you'd find a similar story, if not more bleak. There's parks that I've been to that have way worse situations than these. The whole point of a park is to bring humans in with nature and untouched nature. Unfortunately, that comes with inaccessibility. So if I can go into a trail system, if I'm not man-making paths that are accessible, I'm not accessible. There's tree stumps, and there's just too many things in the way. There's obstacles. There's slopes that are, just not accessible. So you're not wrong. And that kind of adds to the point about the washroom being called accessible, but it's not really. Is it really accessible? Accessibility is subjective. It's hard to measure. And one's idea of accessibility is different than someone else's idea of accessibility. And there's a multitude of ways to measure it. We've picked Rick Hansen, and that is the measuring system we're using for this. But there are a multitude of different programs you could follow to call yourself accessible or not. And it's really a decision, it's a political decision within your community as to whether you preserve nature, make it accessible, or how far, or what balance do you strike between the two. And like you said, Arizona picked a 10% balance strike, right? So they're going to say if they can make 10% accessible, we'll keep the other 90% natural. That was a decision, a political decision within their community to take it that way. That's really up to you folks. But you shouldn't lose sight of that. I'm glad you brought that up. So natural parks come with inaccessibility. They go together.
Trudy, you want to comment on that as well?
Yeah, and just in our conversations with the internal staff and with Stacy, we did talk about the user experience. So part of it is when you look at it, you have to look at the user experience. And I'll use Ellen's analogy, like you're likely not going to build mountain bike trails through that accessibility lens because the user is going for mountain biking, right? So there's certain times, and we had great discussions about Hurdles Beach, even around where the washrooms may need to be placed. And from an accessibility point of view, it made more sense in one location, but from an environmental perspective, it didn't make sense with the wave action that comes. And so those are some of the conversations that, that we had around the table that will need to be had as we progress with future plans of each one of the parks.
Because when we visited parks at certain times, we Trudy, you and I and others look. Sorry, when we visited parks, we looked at that, right? Like it's we'd like to have this here and that there, and people have visions about parks, and they're great, they're exciting, right? It'd be nice to have a nice washroom and a paved parking lot and a wonderful pathway, but it does tarnish the nature aspect. There's also elements that need to be recognized, like, yeah, you want to put a big viewing platform here, but it's a wetland. Are we really going to destroy a wetland to improve our viewability of the beach? That kind of thing. Those are all, there's so many factors to consider. And you want your park to be as accessible as possible, as natural as possible. You want it to be everything as possible. Because you want the best for your parks. This is what, people come leisurely, recreationally. It defines your community. Okay.
Yeah, I think you can
Is there a hand
continue
up?
on. Yeah. Nope, continue on. Thank
Continue
you.
on. So River Ridge, I'll get through some of these scorings as a bit of the duller part. But again, similar story. So you earned about half of the points that you need to earn. And again, based on those 4 categories, you can earn 30, 40, 50, 60, 90 points. It depends on kind of what amenities you pick to improve. And I will get into that later in the presentation. Indian Falls, again, earned about half. It earned a score of 109 out of 191. And again, this is just to get 60%. So this is just Rick Hansen accreditation. That's it. So after visiting all the parks and coming up with, an inventory of what you have today at these 5 parks, and then running the Rick Hansen audit through it, looking at the scorecards that I just flashed for you, we came up with what points, we wanted to kind of run a sensitivity analysis on, well, if we paved the parking lot, does that get us there? Or how close does that get us there? So certain variables have different weight in the Rick Hansen world. So a waste receptacle may not carry the same clout or the same score impact as, say, a paved parking lot. So I'll begin with hurdles. So this is our stab at hurdles. This is I'll call it a concept, and it's really to illustrate, we topo surveyed, so we have this dimensionally correct. The parking stalls are dimensionally correct. So going through the 4 categories, I'll go through the 4 categories on each one of these parks. So hurdles, as an example. Here's from a vehicular access, now there's only one road coming in, but that goes beyond your property limits. So there's not much we can do about that, but we can improve the parking. And this parking could either be paved and painted as such, that would be the most costly way to approach it, or it could be graded and reshaped and gravel surfaced, but you would need some sort of delineation features. That can be achieved with ropes, portable curbs, guardrails. None of those things are ideal. They get pounded around and they get beat up and they move, but it is a way to somehow control what's going on in your parking. Within the parking, I show accessible parking, and it's shown with a different shading. So those would have to be hard surfaced. So for the accessible parking stalls themselves, they would have to be asphalt covered. So that's what we show here. So that's on vehicular access. As far as washrooms go, you have 2 great vault toilets up at the top of the hill. That's in the upper right-hand corner of the page. The structures themselves are not, they don't meet accessibility standards, but they have perfectly functioning tanks and whatnot. So an option here, a relatively inexpensive option, would be to say, get rid of 2 walls of the structure and then improve your structures. Get your structures bigger and get the amenities in them that's needed. That would be a quick fix on the washrooms for hurdles. We tinkered with the idea of putting washrooms down by the beach entrance. Now, that would make most sense from an accessibility standpoint because you're parking, you're going to the washrooms, then you're going to the beach, whereas this, you're across the parking lot with your washroom facilities. However, the beach, we don't want to play with the beach too much. Dunes are very protected. They're one of the most coveted federal environmental entities. So we would get into, I don't think you'd even environmentally be allowed to build washrooms too close to the dunes. There's riparian zones, there's environmental requirements. So we've kind of, we went back and forth a few times, but we've maintained them up top. Not ideal from an accessibility standpoint, but I don't think you have any other options here. The third topic would be amenities. So improved waste receptacles. We show some picnic areas up on the upper left corner. Park and picnic areas, picnic tables, you can landscape. Waste receptacles could be improved. Wayfinding could be improved. And the other categories, so pathways. So for here, it's really access from the parking area to the beach area. We've kind of done away with all the boardwalks. There's just a slew of boardwalks that aren't needed, and you're going to be added over and over again. And again, if you're doing in-dune work, it's going to be scrutinized by environment. So we've shown one that goes down to grade. And again, this is a scheme that just like if you did this, it would improve all your point systems in the Rick-Hansen world to get to where you need to get. This is not locked in stone. This isn't the, it's. I'm sure there's other ideas, but if you were ever to take any of these projects and realize them to construct them, you're going to engage somebody to come in and detail design these. And it's at that point that you can pick and choose what amenities you have. Where exactly are waste receptacles going to go? What do we put in here? What are we going to invest in such a park? And again, all this information is in the report that you have, if it's zoomed out. So cost-wise, I'm not going to get into line by line, but I've tried to break this down into low, medium costs, and high costs. And this is just a depiction of the picture. This is the information that goes with the picture you saw on the last slide. So some of the lower expensive items would always be amenities, wayfinding, waste receptacles, picnic areas. And the high costs are always going to be in the vehicular access, parking, washrooms. Those are the big ticket items. Yes?
Yeah, thank you. This is very helpful. I would find it, even more helpful to have the associated points that we would score with the costs here, just so that we would know what is valued as what.
Yeah. So back on the scorecard, that's just to back up. I remember where I was. So as such, if all of these parks are falling short in the, I'm going to say, on average, in the 100 points range. And every one of these amenities, like if you're going to improve any one of these 4 categories, as you can see from here, it probably averages in the 40 to 50 points per amenity. So that's a quick rule of thumb, without kind of aligning real numbers with real data. The way I would approach it is if I'm looking at any one of these parks, if I pick 2 of these 4 categories, 9 times out of 10, I'm probably going to get myself scored into the realm of being accredited.
But, and to your point earlier, you probably want to spread it out over all the categories so that it is more overall accessible. Is that?
Yeah,
your
all the
feeling on
categories are listed in the report in the actual scorecards, which are pages and pages and pages. I just didn't want to list it here, but yeah. So this, this here, as an example, if I'm talking, I've got hurdles up. So hurdles. So 53 points. What I need to score is 144 points. So for hurdles, as an example, if I improve, say, all the outdoor amenities and the trails and pathways, then I've gotten myself 167 points of the 144 I need. So that's kind of how they're correlated. Mush. So here we've shown the parking consolidated into one big parking area. Careful in here, though. There is a lot of wetlands. And you know, but wetlands, we can build over wetlands. It's not impossible to do. It comes at a cost and it comes at a process too. So there is a song and dance that needs to be done with Nova Scotia Environment and potentially the feds too, DFO. So from a vehicular standpoint here, we've just consolidated everything into one big parking area. And again, delineation, it's either paved and line painted, or it's done with guardrails and rope and those kind of amenities. Washroom facilities, over on the right-hand side, we're depicting a 2 vault toilet washroom facility and a change room, which I think you're taking to the next stage, Trudy? Yeah, not to say here, I guess. Playground areas that could be improved, waste receptacles, wayfinding, all the same stuff. And again, for trail access-wise, it would be accessible trails down to the beach. And again, costs, this is very similar from park to park. Again, broken out into low, medium costs and high costs. High costs being parking areas and washrooms, low costs being amenities. Miller Point Peace Park, a couple things that we had indicated on this, just based on input from the user group, and that being a trail system that follows the main access road that comes in from the main road and goes down to the water. So there'd be a trail system there. The parking could be more delineated, again, paving and line painting or other forms. The trail itself, if we were to look to the right-hand side that goes out to the point, it lacks in benches. There are benches, but they're not really strategically placed, nor are they dispersed in any kind of pattern whatsoever. So we've shown, there's little blocks on the plan that show kind of benches and where you could strategically put them. Washroom facilities, we'd be replacing the existing with new vault toilets would be the way to, it's the least expensive way to achieve your washroom. A lot of these parks too, they're not blessed with having electricity or sanitary wastewater facilities and things like that. So there's a cost to bring that kind of service to some of these parks. And again, this is all in the report and you can study each line item. River Ridge Common, our thinking on that, there's an access road that kind of goes right up the middle. It'd be in between the parking and the switchback trail system. So that access road, we surveyed it and we know the gradient on the road. It's very steep. It's pushing its limit of what you would call a public access road. But it does meet, which is great. However, being on a gradient as such, I would be tempted to hard surface that road. So if it's gravel and you're on a steep grade, you're just gonna spin and churn and you're gonna have problems there. There's gonna be washouts. So what's the point of this road? The only real point of this road is to install 2 or 3 new accessible parking stalls at the top of the hill while still using, say, the parking area down below at the main road. This is a difficult park to access. Yes?
Councillor Moore, go ahead.
Do you know that above the park itself, the municipality does own a piece of open space? Getting to it is going to be the problem. I mean, it could be made into an accessible parking lot. Getting to it may be a problem. Yeah, but I didn't know if you knew that piece of it or not.
I'm not sure. Trudy, did we ever talk about that?
I think we talked about it. We talked about it internally that it could be a possibility.
Yeah.
But then you have to make the connection with the trail and
Right.
getting.
I gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So this one for vehicular access, that's really the biggest point, is that there is no accessible parking. And the only way to achieve that would be, and it would be high dollars to get that road in place. And that would be really its only purpose, because once you get up top, there's really no real estate up there to say build a full-on parking lot. There's a relatively new playground up there. I think the surface needs to be softened. I think that's really the only kicker in there. And you did put a bird's nest swing in here, which I was kind of happy to see. But I'll talk to that shortly too, just before closing. So here it would be that's it on vehicular access. As far as washroom goes, this is the park that has the they're like the Johnny on the spot porta potties, but they're labeled accessible. I'd like to know what they're,
Yeah.
it certainly doesn't meet any accessibility standard that I know of, so whatever, it could be an American company that sells these bathrooms, right, and they have the ability to call it that. It's kind of like McDonald's used to call their burgers all beef because they used to buy it from a farm that was called all beef. It's a loophole.
Yeah.
That's the idea. So, yes, things can be labeled. Anything can be labeled as long as it's backed up. And I can guarantee you in fine print somewhere, there's something that says this is based on some American standard or whatever. So washroom, need new vault toilets. As far as amenities go, you're pretty good in here. It's going to be playground surface. Trail improvements to get up to the falls. The falls are, you know, they're something everybody wants to go look at. And they're fairly viewable from the main trail. You don't have to take any of the spur lines. There's opportunity up there too to improve some of the picnic. There is a picnic table up there at the moment, and it is an accessible one too. Some improvements at River Ridge. River Ridge will come with a few extra dollars to get less, but it is there nonetheless. Indian Falls, I've got the zoomed out version, and I'm going to zoom in a minute, but kind of while we were doing the study, you guys were building trail add-ons to this. So it got in here, but not fully. I've dash line kind of what got constructed, and that's just based on a GPS reading from the contractor that was out there doing the work. So I've got it on here pictorially. And really what I heard through the user group meetings is that down below where it says new picnic area, way down by the water, there's a landing, there's a flat area. You could do things there, as long as the route to it is fully accessible. So this is more kind of dealing with kind of the part that existed when we began. So just some improvements. There's some boulders that are blocking some accessibility to some of the picnic areas that could get relocated. The parking can be improved as far as vehicular access. So there's 2 parking areas there. Again, repeating myself, but paved and pavement markinged or delineated in some form. New vault toilets and amenities, garbage receptacles, wayfinding, that sort of thing. And trail improvements, as I alluded to before, there is one kind of a difficult spot where the trail actually dips way down. It crosses a bridge and then it comes back up. It'd be nice to get rid of that hollow if it's possible, but that would take bridge reconstruction. And again, some of the associated costs, very similar. So park identity, I was asked to touch on this as part of this audit. And it's akin to the big red chair they have in federal parks. So you know you're in a federal park when they have the big red chair, and that's where people congregate, and that's where people take pictures. And it's an identifier for a federal park. There's some interest in this group, I think, to have the same kind of identity met. Like, you want public to go into your park and know it's your park. And how do you do that? It's some common feature. And being the Bird's Nest swing just being installed at River Ridge, we thought this could be a potential. You can pick and choose what you need, but this would be a good feature to put in every park. And you could adorn the crossbeam with, say, your logo, whatnot. This one in particular, it came at a cost of $30,000, but I don't know how old it is now. Is it 5 years old? Is it pre-COVID?
Yeah, it's pre-COVID.
So obviously those costs it's probably tripled by now. But.
Councillor Greek, you have a question?
Well, I just have a comment. The other cool thing about this swing at River Ridge Common is it was 2 grads who had just graduated from high school,
right,
who were hired by the company to install it. So it was also installed by local teens.
Excellent.
Actually, it was 3, and it was 2 on per day.
Yeah.
And I think that's a really cool piece of New Germany and River Ridge Common.
That's awesome. And then that could get carried through every park that's in the municipality. And then you know you're in a Lunenburg park. And like I said, you could take this particular picture itself, you could take that one step further, and you could adorn this with something MODL, right? Be it a logo or a stamp or whatever it is.
Councillor Dillon?
Thank you. Yeah, I support the concept of having some park identifier for sure. And I do love the bird's nest swing. I want to better understand what about this touches on accessibility. Would it need to have rubberized surface underneath of it? Is it something that is more accessible to people with mobility challenges?
It is considered it is considered an accessible swing, actually. So yes, but it would come with the treatment that it would need underneath as the surface. So that what goes hand in hand, I guess, in the playground world is the implement itself accessible, but is the topography and what it sits on accessible, and can you get to it? Those are really all the features that would go with this. So it would have to be located in a place that's A, accessible, B, on a surface that's safe, and C, follow the dimensions of whatever was already put, so.
Oh, Councillor Vino.
Working down the line, I love this idea. We just got a report yesterday on another park, Sawpit Wharf, and a playground came up, and can I see a full playground in there? Probably not. But having something like this for your child to go over and play on while you're
My kids would
loading your
hang
boat
out
or
on that all
taking,
day long, just one swing.
and it's simple, doesn't take up a whole lot of room, and I'm guilty. It's one of my favorite things to do at River Ridge Common, even though I'm not a child, but I love it. Love that.
So,
Councillor Moore, we still have questions and thoughts on this.
Just a comment, because I've been in this bird swing, and getting in
It's
it
not
is
a bath.
fine. But when you're only a little over 4 feet tall, getting out is the problem. So congratulations, Chastity, you're tall, you can swing that around and get your feet down, so good for you.
They're adjustable too. I think
Okay.
they can be heightened
All right.
or lowered.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead, continue on.
So just another thing on park identity. Awesome opportunity to really identify parks. Probably one of the cheaper ways to do it is through wayfinding signage. So, all your labels in your parks, I just pulled something off the internet, but, like little things that get stamped into trees, or there's ways, and all of your signage across all your parks could be unified, could all look the same. I mean, they would all tailor to the theme of the park they're in, but the really underlying theme is MODL. So that's kind of this wayfinding would be another opportunity to create identity. Trudy, you have a question?
I just want to clarify, we do have wayfinding, but it's not internal wayfinding for each park. That would be, because I'm just thinking you guys are thinking, okay, we're doing wayfinding. We are doing the park beacons and the park gates, but, if I look at something like the Mark or River Ridge Common, which is a little bit more complex and you're going through trails, our internal wayfinding is not there. So that will have to be the next step. I just wanted to clarify that.
So just a couple remarks in closing, and then I'll go to questions. I know we asked questions as we went, but you have a rich resource of parks within your municipality. Rick Hansen has been a valuable tool to assess, but it is a tool. It is one of more than one. It lies heavily on the CSA standard of accessibility. It is subjective, and again, one person's opinion of accessible could vary from person to person. Your parks that I assessed, they did better than I thought. I mean, you're about halfway to where you need to be. Back to Martin's point, though, a lot of parks are not adequate from an accessibility standpoint, because the whole point of a park is to be at one with nature. And if we're honoring that, well, guess what? It comes at the expense of something else, environment as well. But with some improvements, as I've shown here, to some washroom facilities, improved pathways, parking, and wayfinding, you're not out of the realm to become accredited if that is your ultimate goal. But I'd urge you to don't make it the focus. It's really a tool. It's a starting point. But if at any point you decide we're going straight to town on Hurdles or Mushumush or Indian Falls or any of these, sit down and have a tangible discussion with the user group and decide exactly what you want. I've given you all the menu items. I've given you the information associated with it, and I hope I've given you enough in the report to be a tool for you to take this to make any of these realized and real and get machines in there and do some work. So that's all I had for a presentation. I hope it wasn't too technical or
No,
obscure.
it was
but,
really great, and I think it is a very valuable tool and very in-depth too, and we really do appreciate it.
It's, the intent was really to give you enough information so that you can take this off on your own and in the future have better information when you're planning these facilities.
All right. Are there any other questions? No? Well, we do have a motion on the floor to accept the park accessibility audit, and I'm wondering if, Councillor Staton, if you would be willing to bring that forward? It is 11.1.1.
Thank you. To Her Honor, Deputy Mayor Oikel, sorry about that, and members of council, I move that municipal council accept the park accessibility audit of Hurdles Beach, Mushamush Beach Park, Miller Point Peace Park, River Ridge Commons, and Indian Falls dated April 24, 2024, as presented.
Seconded by Councillor Bell. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Vino.
I just had a question about the date of April 24. In the report, it's April 16th. So I did,
The report it's dated, I would go with.
on page 71, it says April 16th. So I didn't know if that needed to be changed.
Councillor Staton, are you okay with that change?
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much. And Councillor Bell as well? All right. Are there any other questions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? I'm not sure about Councillor Moore, so she was, no, okay.
Drink too much water this morning.
Okay. So motion has passed unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you
Do
for taking the time.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
We have a little bit of time before we're going to go to the flag raising, which I do hope that all of council will be willing to attend, as well as staff. We're going to go to 7.2 underneath awarding tenders regarding electronic voting services, and I'll turn the time over to April for that.
Good morning, everyone. And this is an RFP that went out for electronic voting services. If you recall, on April 9th, Council made the decision to go ahead with electronic voting, which includes both internet and phone voting services. And RFP was placed and closed on May 24th, and we had 3 submissions for that proposal. We focused the RFP on a couple of different items, and one of the items is that they comply with the Municipal Elections Act to make sure that they have an understanding of what the Municipal Election Act requires. And security, of course, is one of the high priorities within this system, and also the technical support component that we will require in-house to be able to ensure we have a system that works and operates efficiently. Also included in the design piece is the mail-out process, which is key, that piece of information is a smooth transition, and also that the information provided by the provider to go to the public to understand what they need to do in their letter and things like that is also a key component to the process being successful. As I said, there were 3 proposals received. The review committee reviewed the proposals, and in the report, IntelliVote Systems was rated at the highest score of 91. The scoring for technical scoring was set at 70, and the price score was set at 30. The top proposal, as I just indicated, is IntelliVote with a scoring of 91. Sequent Tech Inc. had the lowest pricing, however, their technical score was very low in the system. So that is why, as the committee, we are recommending, the consensus was that IntelliVote Systems be the provider for this upcoming municipal elections for 2024. Also, just to add to that, the jurisdictional scan in the for the area, the other municipal units are using IntelliVote also, and we are the returning office that is going to be managing the CSAP election, so that integration will help with that process also, because their information will be the same type of data coming in so that we can do the process on that end. Having the understanding of the Municipal Elections Act and the processes within that was a key component, and this company also had that understanding, and they have done, in my report, indicated that they have been providing the voting services to Nova Scotia units throughout since 2008, and within the last, there's been over 114, and they are the main provider within Nova Scotia, and they are considered a local to Nova Scotia company. So they met the budget that was put aside for this in our budget, and so that's why we are making the recommendation to award it to IntelliVote Systems.
Councillor Bino, you have a question?
Yeah, question for April, please. They are in charge of the mail-out that goes to our residents that explains the voting system. Anywheres in that document, will it also list that we will have a polling station in
the mail-out? It'll identify the help center locations for that area. We will dictate the information that gets put on that. They will just make sure that the information, what we require, is included on that mail-out for residents.
Do they gather the data from those physical locations as well, or is that done through our election staff?
You mean if somebody goes to those centers to vote? Yeah. It's all automatic. It's collected and we have it instantaneously through the system.
By this company?
Right.
Thank you for clarifying.
Are there any other questions for April regarding this? Councillor Vino, would you be willing to bring forth that motion, please?
Certainly, thank you. To Her Honor, Deputy Mayor Oikel and members of council, I move that Municipal Council award request for proposal 2024-01-401 electronic voting services for the 2024 municipal and CSAP elections to IntelliVote Systems, Inc. in the amount of $58,800 plus HST, and I so move.
Seconded by Councillor Moore. Any other questions or discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Motion has been passed. Thank you very much. Yeah, we have 10 more minutes before 12, before the flag raising. Do we want to break right now, get ourselves ready to go, or can we sit? Okay, how about down to our major event grants? Are we able to do that? We have 3 of them. Ruth, thank you very much.
I have to declare a conflict on the first one.
Okay, so we'll do the New Germany Day one first, please.
Sure. Good morning, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council.
I also declare a conflict of interest.
All right, thank you.
Okay, the first report before you pertains to the major event grant application filed by the New Germany Canada Day Committee for New Germany's Canada Day celebrations. As per the approval process and procedures of the Community Grant Program Sponsorship Request Policy, applications requesting more than $2,500 requires Council's approval. The New Germany Canada Day event takes place July 1st and attracts numerous participants from surrounding communities to participate in the day-long celebrations. This event creates opportunity to gather and foster a sense of community among residents. It also has a significant positive impact, boosting sales for local businesses, due to the influx of visitors on July 1st, in addition to local spending by the New Germany Canada Day Committee. The grant application filed included a funding request for $6,600 to support their event. Staff is recommending that Council approves the New Germany Canada Day funding request in the amount of $2,500.
Councillor Hayson, would you be willing to bring forth that motion?
Certainly, to Deputy Mayor Oikel and members of council, I move that Municipal Council approve the New Germany Canada Day Committee's application for funding through the major event grant in the amount of $2,500 for Canada Day in New Germany, and I so move.
Councillor DeLong has seconded. Is there any thoughts or questions on this motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Motion has been passed. Thank you very much. So we'll move on to the Christmas tree. Yes.
I'm going to declare a conflict of interest. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so the next report refers to an application filed by the Christmas Tree Council of Nova Scotia for the 3rd International Christmas Tree Conference taking place at Oak Island Resort and Conference Center, August 1st to 3rd. This conference is held in collaboration with the National Christmas Tree Association, who selected to hold this conference in Lunenburg County, the balsam fir Christmas tree capital of the world. This international conference brings together Christmas tree farmers, industry professionals, researchers, government representatives, and community members from around the world. Participants attend a series of workshops, panel discussions, and farm tours, 2 of which are within MODL, to share knowledge and capitalize on opportunities for sector development. The grant application filed included a funding request for $5,000. Staff is recommending Council approves the funding request in the amount of $2,000 to support this event that brings people from around the world to Lunenburg County to experience and learn about the vital industry for our area, in addition to increasing economic activity before, during, and after the conference.
Councillor Greek, would you be willing to bring this motion forward? We can have the, after, thank you.
To Her Honor, Deputy Mayor Oikel and members of council, I move that Municipal Council approve the Christmas Tree Council of Nova Scotia's application for funding through the major event grant in the amount of $2,000 for the 3rd International Christmas Tree Conference, and I so move.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Vino. And Councillor Stanton, you have a question on this motion?
I do. Some time ago, this grant application came through here, and it was deemed that they were not a non-profit organization. So I'm just wondering what changed and why it's here now. And this might have been 4 or 5 years ago, but I remember it being on council's agenda once, and it was deemed not to be a non-profit organization.
So the Lunenburg County Christmas Tree Association isn't registered as a nonprofit, so this application came from the Christmas Tree Council of Nova Scotia. So that's where there might be confusion in the past, although it might not have been during my employment here. It might have been filed by Lunenburg County Christmas Tree Association, and this application for this conference is filed by a nonprofit organization, which is the Christmas Tree Council of Nova Scotia. So it was done that way because they're a nonprofit organization, but they're all working together on the event.
Thank you. I knew there was something. That's the way around it.
Yeah. Do we know whether or not they've also asked for funding from other municipalities within Lunenburg County?
Yes, so now in our grant process, we require that if the event is being held within another municipality, that they show proof that they've filed a financial request to that municipality. So Chester is financially supporting this conference.
Wonderful. Any other questions or thoughts? Questions called for. All those in favor? Has passed unanimously. Thank you very much. And I think we still have time. Well, we have 2 minutes, but let's do the Pride Week anyway.
Do the Pride one? Okay. Okay, so Lunenburg Pride filed an application under the major event grant for the week-long series of events during Pride Week starting Sunday, July 7th through to Saturday, July 13th, with events scheduled to take place every day during this week. This week's events begin with a kickoff parade and include several programs for a variety of demographics within the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. Some events from the week include a senior social, youth drop-in, family events, flag raisings, a hike, a comedy show, a dance, and much more. Lunenburg Pride's application included a detailed list of events and programs taking place throughout Pride Week. This event not only draws people together and creates a positive economic impact for the area, more importantly, the series of events addresses equity and inclusion by supporting the equity-seeking population of the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. These events support the historical progress the community has had and continues to call for. The grant application filed included a funding request for $20,000. Staff recommends that council approves the funding request in the amount of $3,000.
Councillor Vino, could you bring that motion, please?
Certainly. To Her Honor, Deputy Mayor Oikle and members of council, I move that Municipal Council approve the Lunenburg Pride's application for funding through the Major Event Grant in the amount of $3,000 for Pride Week events, and I so move.
Seconded by Councillor Greek. Any thoughts on this? No, seeing none. All those in favor? Motion is passed. Thank you very much. We're going to break for lunch. We need to come back for 1 o'clock, but if you could stay for the flag raising, I would really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
He's blind.
Good afternoon now. Good afternoon. So we're going to continue on with our agenda, and we're at staff reports, and we're going to go to 11.1.7, Central Nova ATV funding reallocation. And we have Marta here to lead us through that, please.
In this year's budgeting process, Central Nova requested $10,000 in addition to their per kilometer funding. And the $10,000 was to go towards resurfacing the trail from where it connects with the Osprey Connector Trail towards Cook's Lane, but they did not receive, they were not successful with their OHVIF funding, and so rather than returning the money to the municipality, they are requesting to reallocate the funding to do dust control by Young RSVs. They would like to do a culvert replacement to increase the diameter of one on Ogla Road, and they'd like to do some more ditching and culvert work along the golf course property. And so administration is seeking approval from council to reallocate that funding from what it was originally intended for.
And I believe this is coming from policy and strategy, correct? We had this in last month? Or
No.
Where was? We discussed, we talked about this. No? Oh, okay. Must just be in my imagination. Oh, okay. All right, are there any questions or thoughts regarding this reallocation? Councillor Haysom.
Thanks. I know there's so many trail associations that could really use an extra $10,000 from the municipality. So could you just speak in a little more depth about why it makes sense to reallocate this money? It was meant for something else, and that was a different allocation from the municipality. I have trail associations in my district that would love to have some money for dust suppression and repairing culverts and other things. So if you could sell me on that a bit more, please.
For sure. So Central Nova originally applied for the funding to do resurfacing. So the municipality provides each trail group $584 per kilometer of trail that they have, and that's for their sort of what we call capital projects, which is often used for the resurfacing or projects of this nature. Some groups will also approach the municipality for additional funding for projects above and beyond. And with the opening of the Osprey Connector Trail, Central Nova had originally approached the municipality for additional funding. Because their trail was originally built as an ATV trail, they did not do fine surfacing, so there isn't crusher dust on top of that. It's pretty rough, because the intention was for ATV travel. But now, with the increased traffic on that trail, it's not just seeing ATV, they're seeing all users on their trail, and they wanted to improve their surface for that. So that was why the original request came in, and the hope was that they would get OHVIF funding to help compensate for the rest of that project. It was originally about a $50,000 project. They didn't receive that funding, but the municipality had already granted them that $10,000 towards that project. They didn't receive that funding from OHVIF, and so they're asking that instead of giving this money back to us, if they could use it for other projects on their trail that could use to do some upgrades with the work or with that funding, rather than just return it back to MODL. I guess I would say that other groups could approach the municipality to ask for additional funding in addition to their per kilometer funding as well. Not for this year, but all trail groups were asked during budgeting process if they had additional requests, if there was going to be anything, and that's how other groups such as Dynamite Trail, and there's one more this year that's also Lahave River, thank you, also received additional funding. So some groups chose to ask, some chose not to this year.
If I could just follow up on that, I'll make a point of letting the Trail Association in my district know that they should be asking.
Is that Bull Run?
Yeah.
Yeah, they
absolutely.
originally had it, so they withdrew their request. They did have a request in and then chose not to in the end.
Okay, interesting. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Stanton, could I ask you to bring this motion forward? It's 11.1.7.
Yeah. To honor Deputy Mayor Oikel and members of council, I move that municipal council allows Central Nova ATV Club to reallocate the $10,000 of the 2024-25 funding for dust control, culverts, and ditching in place of the resurfacing project originally planned for the 24-25 season.
And do I have a seconder? Councillor Moore, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm really glad that you gave that added information, that they're not just the only ones getting added money, but that other groups had the opportunity to ask as well. So that's really good. Are there any other thoughts or questions? No? Okay. All those in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you very much. So we're going to go back up to 11.1.6, major grant event again. And it's this time, it's the Town of Bridgewater Canada Day on the LaHave. And Ruth is going to talk to us about that.
Okay, so this report refers to an application filed by the Town of Bridgewater for Canada Day on the LaHave. This day-long event, hosted by the Canada Day on the LaHave Committee in partnership with the South Shore Multicultural Association, attracts around 10,000 people from across Lunenburg County and beyond. The grant application filed included a funding request for $3,000 due to this being an event serving many modal residents, creating a positive impact for the area, and incorporating multicultural programming that aims to involve those historically excluded or marginalized by traditional Canada Day festivities. Staff is recommending that Council approves the funding request in the amount of $2,000.
Sorry, I was trying to find the motion. Thank you, Councillor Moore.
In their application, did they list fireworks as an expense?
Did they detail fireworks? I know I included it in my report. I'll go.
And the only reason I'm saying that, and I'm just being the devil's advocate here, but they are not having fireworks, so, but I'm sure $2,000 they can spend on something else, so.
Okay, and that might have been an error in my report if they're not having fireworks this
Right.
year.
And I have that confirmation email from David Mitchell. That they're not having fireworks.
Okay. So it's not, yeah, it's not listed as an expense, so that might have just been an error on my part. Wrote 4 reports in one day, and Canada Day, I might have, carried over the report from last year where they did include fireworks, so that would have been an error.
I'm just saying it because, if I may, I'm just saying it because $2,000 in any kind of festival does not go very far, so.
No, I have the breakdown in front of me, and fireworks isn't listed as one.
Councillor Bell, could you bring forth this motion?
Thank you. To Deputy Mayor Oiko and members of council, I move that Municipal Council approve the Town of Bridgewater's application for funding through the Major Events Grant in the amount of $2,000 for Canada Day on the LaHave. I so move.
And seconded by Councillor Wynot. Any other questions? No? Seeing none? All those in favor? Motion's been approved. Thank you very much. Now we're down to the Finance Department, and we have Elena at 11.2.1, 2023-24 proposed capital funding and Canada Community Building Fund.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go over the report for you, and then we can get into any questions if you have them. How is that? So every year I come to council as we look at finishing our capital projects and looking at financing them. And so most of the projects were financed as we had budgeted. However, there were some exceptions, so I did provide you a detailed report on how staff is suggesting to finance those things. You know that it also serves as our 4th quarter variance report, because we do have to do 4 quarters variances. And so because it has all the details on it, I thought that would be good information for council. So many of our projects were budgeted to be funded from reserve funds, and under Section 99.4 of the Municipal Government Act, council approval is required for all withdrawals from our capital reserves. As well, council is required to approve all the Canada Community Building Fund expenditures. So compliance occurs when you approve your capital budget that shows those withdrawals. And also when we make changes to the funding at year end, we look for council approval so we can meet that requirement as well. So several of our projects were completed under budget, some were over, reevaluated, or deferred to a future year. Of the $9.4 million approved in our 23-24 capital budget, projects in the amount of $3.8 million were completed. Financing of the projects included $512,749 in provincial and federal grants, just over $1.8 million from general operating reserves, $256,241 from depreciation reserves, $109,000 from sewer reserves, $16,657 from open space, a little bit from the sale of green compost carts, $456, and $20,000 from MICA, which was a partnership for the public moorings. The CCBF spending was just over $1 million, $1,047,007, consisting of our capital projects of $784,099, contributions to the non-owned trails of $62,658, rural broadband project costs of $200,250, which we find in our operating fund. So we're making a recommendation that council approves the funding as presented.
Do you have any questions? Excuse me. No questions? Could I have Councillor Hubley bring forth the motion, please?
Yes, thank you. To Her Honor Deputy Mayor Oikel and members of council, I move that Municipal Council approve the funding of 2022, 2020 to 2020, oh my gracious, 2023 to 2024 completed capital projects and CCBF investment as presented. Did I get that out?
We have a seconded by Councillor Moore. Do we have any other discussion on this particular motion? Seeing that question called for, all those in favor? Motion's been passed unanimously. Thank you very much, Elena. So we're going to move down to the Administration Department and Provincial Capital Assistance Program and Municipal Innovations Program approvals. And who will be leading us with that? Amy, wonderful.
Hello. Once in a while, staff are presented with funding opportunities that require us to come to council for an approval to actually apply for those programs. And there are 2 programs before council today that staff are requesting consideration for. The 2 programs are provincial programs. One is the Provincial Capital Assistance Program, and the other is the Municipal Innovation Program. Both of these are annual programs. The Provincial Capital Assistance Program is generally one that the municipality would apply for to improve infrastructure, generally in the area of water and wastewater. This year, when council presented budget to staff, we had already identified the most favorable project for that pot of money. And the budget did include an expectation that we would be applying for the program, which would give us a cost share of 50%. So that project is the caustic system upgrades at the Concord Bank wastewater treatment plant. The project is projected to cost approximately $350,000. So we are hoping to get a cost share of $175,000 from the province. The application is due near the end of the week. So assuming we receive council's approval, staff will go ahead and make application. The second program is the Municipal Innovation Program. Essentially, that is a pot of money that the province has available to help municipalities take on innovative approaches, ideally looking at things that would involve regional cooperation, ways to attract economic development to the area. Staff did apply last year for this pot of money to help out with our regional building inspection program that staff have been working on over the last number of years. It was a very competitive year. We did not receive funding. However, staff feel that the project is still a very good match for the program. We still have costs that we are incurring over the upcoming year. Those would consist of $150,000 for the e-permitting system, which was included in the capital budget approved by council, as well as an anticipated new staffing position for an inspection services coordinator, which was also included in the budget. If we are successful, we could receive upwards to 75% of those costs from the province. So staff have submitted 2 motions before council if council feels that these are projects they can support. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the work in finding these opportunities for us. Does anyone have any questions? Councillor DeLong.
Yes, thank you very much. Excuse me. So the one that you weren't successful in attaining last year, have you done anything to change the presentation of the grant request, or is it?
Yes, we've updated to clarify how the project goals better align. However, we were told the application was very strong. It's just a matter of the level of competition last year.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bell, could you bring forth the first motion, please, regarding the Conquerall Bank system?
Thank you. To Her Honor, Deputy Mayor Oikel, and members of council, I move that Municipal Council approve the following project as the funding priority for the Provincial Capital Assistance Program, that being the caustic soda project at the Conquerall Bank wastewater treatment plant. And I so move.
Can I have a seconder on that motion? Councillor Haysom, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none? Again, I lost the, all those in favor? Thank you very much. That motion is carried. And Councillor Greek, could I have you bring forth the second one, please?
Sure, thank you. To Deputy Mayor Oikel and members of council, I move that Municipal Council approve the following project as the funding priority for the Municipal Innovation Program, Regional Building Services, and I so move.
Seconded by Councillor Moore. Any questions on that? Seeing none, all those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you very much. And we're back. All right. So we're just going to be finishing up here on the mayors, deputy mayors, and councilors' matters. I have, oh, I'm sorry.
Are we missing one agenda item?
Which is what do you feel it was?
Sorry. Did we award the RFP for the electronic voting service?
We did that.
I'm so sorry. Thank you.
No. And
Yep.
televote.
My bad. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. So I do have an MJSB update. Arthur Sager presented on behalf of the 99.5 bio-treaters. As with all presentations, nothing is decided at the time the presentation was made. Many questions were asked of Mr. Sager. The waste site report. In 2023, the province of Nova Scotia included changes to the solid waste resource management regulations, EPR program, to include light bulbs. Effective January the 1st, 2025, light bulbs will be banned from being disposed in landfills. Region 6 will be handling the advertising and public information on the project. Space for collection and storage of the light bulbs will be minimal and can be integrated into the waste site's current electronic recycling drop-off area without added costs. Septic tank volume has increased, and we had that motion brought forth this morning regarding having to have an installation of some work done on that. So I won't go through that again. IT services. A full investigation at the LCLC and review of the network has begun. Multiple areas of improvement have been identified that are being addressed. Further investigation and monitoring of the network's performance will take place. Discussion with the LCLC's new general manager will result in an agreement to transition technical support of the LCLC office environment to ITSS in the second quarter of 24. IT is working with the LCLC leadership to provide a recommendation to the LCLC board in September. And we also discussed the MJSB Partner Agreement Report, which is being given to the other councils that are part of the MJSB, which we had this morning as well. And so that ends my report regarding the MJSB. Are there any questions? Councillor Bell.
Thank you. My question is, Mr. Sager, he came and presented here to our council, and then we suggested he go to MJSB. And I understood at that time that there would be information he would need from the waste site in order to establish what would be the best method and equipment to go if he was going to start that program. I was actually quite impressed by his presentation, and I just would like to know if MJSB had same interests as we did here at this council, and that was there any recommendation to go help him get the information he needs or take it to the next level?
At the presentation, there were a lot of interest and questions, and I do not believe a motion was put on the floor to investigate it any further. As with all presentations, it's done later. So, Tom, do you know anything regarding any more than that?
I do know that there was a request from the presenter to staff asking for quite a bit of information. In discussions with staff, the amount of the information that was being requested would create some burden on staff to get it forward. So I think the MJSB board is going to have to make a decision on whether they want to invest first the staff time into gathering the information, and then whether there's interest in moving forward. But the board itself had questions but didn't debate the merits of the presentation. It was a different presentation than was presented to our council, though. It was more focused and more detailed.
Councillor Bell.
A question for you. Would it be advisable to see if the interest on this particular council, being an MJSB member, has an interest to proceed, and if it is, relay through you back to them that we are interested? I just wouldn't like this to become a dead issue. And I'm not saying it's going to happen or that we pursue it further, but I took from the discussion afterwards that there was interest on this council, and maybe we should gauge that, and you or other representatives on that board relay that. It's just...
Thank you. Councillor Hubley, you have a comment?
So I am on MJSB. His presentation was a little bit different, and my knowledge is that he's working with Gabe to come back to the MJSB, that we can discuss the possibilities, because there was a lot of information that he wasn't given at the time. He did say that the site was very small, and questioning whether or not,
Just in case, we may as well, since the discussion is happening, whether or not that is something that other members of this council would like to make sure that it does get brought up, that it goes further in discussion with the MJSB. Councillor Hubley.
Before we make any kind of decision like that, I would really like to have more information from Gabe at MJSB and from Mr. Sager. I don't think that we could possibly make the decision yet.
Just to find out whether or not we want more information. And that the MJSB can, from what I'm gathering from Councillor Bell, is to pursue not necessarily doing it, but receiving more information, and that the MJSB doesn't just put it on the shelf somewhere. Is that correct, Councillor Bell?
I wasn't suggesting that we proceed, only if there was the will around this table to want to know more information, get that message back. Let the process do what it needs to do. But if we say nothing, they may say, well, there's probably no interest.
Okay. So maybe we'll just go around and see if everybody is interested in making sure that the MJSB does investigate it further for information. And we will start with Councillor Haysom. Of course.
Yes. Yes.
Councillor Vino?
Yes, from Renfrew.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much, everyone. We're going to move down to the Deputy Mayor's update. I have attended all my meetings that I've been assigned as a councillor, as well as agenda briefings. Also, coastal public meeting in LaHave with Mayor Bolivar Getson, Councillor Haysom, Bell, Hubley, DeLong, Wynot, and Vino. The proposed wind farm open house with Mayor Bolivar Getson, Councillors Hubley and Greek. International Trails Day celebration at the Dynamite Trail. On behalf of the Mayor and Council in the District of Lunenburg, I spoke at the opening exercises of the softball provincials that took place at the Mark on the weekend. I attended Around the Table, a culinary journey through our community sponsored by the South Shore Multicultural Association and the Des Busets Museum. I participated with Councillor Hubley at Community Connections held at the LCLC, and that's my report. Unfortunately, the mayor isn't here today to give an update on her report, and that ends our main agenda, but we do have some in camera, so we will dismiss the room, please and thank you. Oh, we do need to have a motion to go into camera. Councillor Wynot and seconded by Councillor Vino. All those in favor? Thank you, that was unanimous.